Chapter 254. Reading on a mobile phone staring at the green-robed old man. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. This person should be Ling Ye's master, elder 2 of the sect. After a pause, Lin Tian didn't stop and continued towards the Burning Sun sect. Stop! A cold shout rang out. Ling Yi obviously noticed Lin Tian and blocked in front of Lin Tian. Not far away, the green-robed old man glanced over and didn't react. Get out of the way, Lin Tian said coldly. Ling Yi snorted and didn't talk nonsense. He directly punched at Lin Tian. A few days ago, Lin Tian embarrassed him several times. After returning from the Valley of the Harp, he asked his master to help him cultivate. That was why he appeared in the Demon's Ceiling Gorge. After a few days of harsh cultivation, his strength had increased a lot. Coincidentally, he met Lin Tian at this time. His eyes immediately turned cold. How could he be willing to let Lin Tian leave? He wanted to teach Lin Tian a lesson. Lin Tian's face turned cold. He slapped forward. This slap was not light. It shook the air and made a buzzing sound. Ling Ye's face changed. Lin Tian had also become stronger. He was much stronger than when he was in the Valley of the Harp. This made his face turn gloomy. How could he know that Lin Tian had now stepped into the 4th layer of the Sea of Consciousness? Compared to when he was in the 3rd layer of the Sea of Consciousness, it was normal for his combat strength to become stronger. Bang! Ling Ye's punch was even more ruthless. His fist carried a thick true essence. The fist and palm collided, making a muffled sound like a drum. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He had fought with Ling Yi several times. At this time, he also found that Ling Yi was much stronger. At least, his physical strength had a very obvious improvement compared to before. He tilted his head and looked at the green-robed old man not far away. He immediately understood that this flying expert must have undergone extraordinary training for Ling Yi. Clang! The sound of the saber rang out, and a scorching airflow was generated. Ling Yi swung his treasured saber. A cold light flashed, and an old tree in the distance was split into 2. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his right hand, the inner spirit sword appeared and slashed down diagonally. Now, after stepping into the 4th layer of the Sea of Consciousness, his battle prowess was much stronger than when he was in the 3rd layer of the Sea of Consciousness. After using the Azure Thunder Sword technique, the entire space was filled with the sound of swords. Ling Ye's expression was very cold. He was very unhappy with the fact that Lin Tian had become stronger. Falling moon! Ling Yi suddenly shouted. In an instant, Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He saw densely packed energy sabers appearing like falling moons. With a clang, Lin Tian slashed out with his flaming thunder sword. Boom! The collision of the 2 powerful forces caused a hurricane to erupt. Pochin! Ling Yi shouted again. This slash was even more powerful than the falling moon, and it carried with it an extremely threatening stream of flames. Lin Tian clearly felt the pressure. He could tell that Ling Yi was using an airborne realm martial arts technique. He glanced behind him. The old man in the green robe stood still and could not see what was in front of him, so his glabella gradually lit up. I haven't tested this move on a cultivator yet. Now is the time, he said coldly. In an instant, a lotus petal floated out from his glabella and slashed towards Ling Yi like a blade. Child's play. Ling Yi raised his hand and slashed down. However, the lotus petal went through the long blade and directly into his head. Ling Yi was shocked and immediately screamed. With a bang, he was sent flying. Lying on the ground, Ling Ye's body twitched. His eyes were bloodshot. He tore his hair like a madman. Not far away, the old man in the green robe stared at Ling Yi lying on the ground and frowned slightly. He did not see Lin Tian's attack just now. At this moment, he did not notice any wounds on Ling Ye's body. However, Ling Yi was lying on the ground and howling in pain. It looked like he had suffered an unimaginable injury. Lin Tian stared at Ling Yi, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. As expected, you can directly attack the sea of consciousness. After a dozen breaths, Ling Yi felt a little better and struggled to stand up. What did you do? Ling Yi roared angrily. Lin Tian glanced at Ling Yi coldly and then walked towards the burning sun sect. Ling Yi stared at Lin Tian's back. Anger surged in his eyes. He wanted to chase after him, but he only felt a sharp pain in his head. This sharp pain made his whole body feel a little numb. Even his vision was affected. He forced himself to endure it. Lin Tian jumped onto an old tree and jumped again, appearing dozens of feet away. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The old man in the green robe stood in front of him. Lin Tian's footsteps paused. His face suddenly darkened. Elder Tu, what is the meaning of this? The old man in the green robe did not say anything. He stared at Lin Tian for a moment and then directly slammed his palm towards him. Lin Tian's expression changed. He suddenly felt a strong pressure. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed in his heart. He held up the Thunderfire sword, and a majestic sword intent crazily surged out. The old man in the green robe narrowed his eyes. He still calmly slammed his palm forward, instantly shattering everything. Seeing this, Ling Yi was pleasantly surprised. He clenched his fists tightly. Facing the old man in the green robe, Lin Tian did not have the calmness he had when facing Ling Yi. He pushed the Thunderfire sword to the extreme and madly slashed at the old man in the green robe to resist the old man's seemingly ordinary but incomparably overbearing palm power. He thought that the old man in the green robe might attack him, but when it really came to this, he was still very angry. Clang! Following his anger, the Thunderfire sword became even more terrifying. Streaks of sword intent rushed towards the old man in the green robe. The old man in the green robe was moved. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He still slammed his right palm down. With a whoosh, the Thunderfire sword that Lin Tian slashed out was instantly shattered. Master, suppress him. Ling Yi laughed. The old man in the green robe glanced at Ling Yi. Then his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. He slowly slammed his palm forward. What seemed to be a light palm suddenly produced a sky full of palm shadows. Lin Tian gripped the heart-soul sword tightly. His eyes became even colder. Clang! The clanging of the sword continued. He directly used his strongest move, the Thunderfire sword, to slash apart the palm shadows. At the same time, his glabella lit up again. He was ready to use the White Lotus attack. At the moment, he could only rely on this move to take a gamble. He hoped that the White Lotus attack could create an opening for him, giving him a chance to escape. After all, he was facing a mighty one in the Zephyr Plane. There was no way he could fight back. His only option was to escape. At this moment, the old man in the green robe laughed. You're able to remain calm in the face of a mighty one in the Zephyr Plane. You're not bad, kid. You're just like your master back then. You have the same monstrous talent and the same amazing talent. With a somewhat heroic laugh, the majestic aura on the old man in the green robe disappeared without a trace. Lin Tianwei was stunned and immediately frowned. In the distance, Ling Ye's expression also changed. The old man in the green robe looked at Lin Tian and said, "Don't think too much. I'm just testing your strength." "Testing my strength?" Lin Tian paused. You thought I was going to help my disciple suppress you?" The old man in the green robe snorted and said, "I, 2MO, am not that shameless. If you weren't Li Changfeng's disciple, I wouldn't even bother with you. It's just that I haven't seen Li Changfeng for many years. When I see his disciple, I can't help but miss you." The old man in the green robe was named 2MO. He was one of the 4 great elders of the Burning Sun sect. He He was already 200 years old, and his cultivation was at the third tier of the Zephyr Plane. He was very powerful. Lin Tian was speechless. Next to him, Ling Ye's expression changed. He stared at Lin Tian with some horror. "You're Li Changfeng's disciple." Looking at Lin Tian again, Ling Ye's expression became very ugly. In the history of the Burning Sun sect, the most famous name was undoubtedly Li Changfeng. This name even overshadowed the founder of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian glanced at Ling Yi and was too lazy to pay attention to him. "What's wrong, kid? Are you unhappy with my disciple?" Tuomo said. Lin Tian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. As if he knew what Lin Tian was thinking, Tuomo said, "I know that Ling Yi is a bit overbearing in the sect, but it doesn't mean anything. His overbearingness may make many people feel oppressed, but it also makes many disciples work hard to become stronger. Because when he bullies others, others want to bully them back. Isn't this a good thing?" Speaking of this, Tuomo laughed loudly. This is also a kind of motivation for others to work hard to cultivate. Lin Tian was speechless. He only felt that this old man was a bit silly. However, he had to admit that this old man's words did make sense. When people were bullied by others, they would become angry and want to bully them back. If they had such thoughts, they would naturally work hard to cultivate and become stronger. Only then would they have a chance to take revenge. "Oh, right, your master, how is he now?" Tuomo asked. "He drinks every day." Lin Tian ondao. "Is that so? That kid still can't forget what happened back then. Since he left that year, 100 years have passed. In 100 years, he hasn't come back even once. Even if he took in a disciple, he only sent a letter back to the sect." Tuomo sighed. He is probably afraid to see the Grand Elder. Lin Tian had already heard about an old drunkard's past from the Grand Elder. Thinking about it, he also felt a little sad. However, Master's cultivation hasn't fallen behind. This is the only thing worth rejoicing about, he said. A bright light flashed in Tuomo's eyes. He smiled and said, "I really hope to see that kid again." On the side, Ling Yi looked at Tuomo and Lin Tian chatting together, and his face became more and more ugly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian and Tuomo had chatted for an hour. After an hour, he bid farewell to Tuomo and continued to head towards the Burning Sun sect. Looking at Lin Tian's back, Tuomo smiled. "Disciple Ling Yi, your current cultivation is stronger than his, but your combat strength is weaker than his. You must work harder to cultivate. You must work extremely hard." Bei smiled. When Lin Tian returned to the residence of the Burning Sun sect, the sky had already darkened. Vaguely, a few stars could be seen in the sky. Because he had constantly consumed his divine sense to experiment with the power of the White Lotus in the Demon's Ceiling Gorge, his essence, chi, and spirit were seriously exhausted, so at this time he did not cultivate as usual but lay down to rest. Soon, the darkness dissipated and the sky gradually brightened. When the morning sun fell, Lin Tian woke up and went directly to the Star River Tower to cultivate and hone his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian walked out of the Star River Tower. After resting for an hour, he was ready to go to the Demon's Ceiling Gorge to cultivate the White Lotus sword technique. Because, relatively speaking, the Azure Thunder sword technique was a bit weak. Despite the addition of the flame power, it was not too strong. Now he needed to master a set of flying grade sword techniques for daily combat. As for the weapon control technique, he wanted to use it as a trump card. Following a path, Lin Tian went straight to the Demon's Ceiling Gorge. Chapter 255. Reading on a mobile phone. Several powerful figures arrived above the Burning Sun sect in an instant. Lin Tianyi saw 2 of them, Yi Jingshang of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion and Su Yu of the Valley of the Harp. Looking at the other 4 people beside them, Lin Tianyi's heart sank. The 4 of them all exuded an aura similar to Bai Yunfei's. Clearly, They practiced the same technique, which caused Lin Tiany's heart to sink. Please search product #BookYenNet to see the most complete novel. They're from the 100 Refinements Workshop. He muttered to himself. The Zephyr Realm experts of the 100 Refinements Workshop had come to the Burning Sun sect. He vaguely guessed what was going on and immediately felt an ominous feeling. At this time, the other disciples of the Burning Sun sect naturally saw this scene and were all surprised. 6 Zephyr Realm experts. Isn't that Elder Suyu of the Valley of the Harp? There's also Elder Yi Jingshang of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. The other 4, there's the owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. What's the meaning of this? 5 figures walked out from the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect. The one in the lead was the master of the Burning Sun sect. Behind the master of the Burning Sun sect were 4 old men named Luo Yu, Tu Meng, Yang Xiu, and Zhao Hua. They were the 4 elders of the Burning Sun sect. Staring at the 6 figures in front of them, the faces of the leaders of the Burning Sun sect were somewhat cold. Intruding into the Burning Sun sect like this could be said to be looking down on the Burning Sun sect. Headmasterly, please don't take offense. Of the 6 figures, the master of the 100 Refinements Workshop stood out and got straight to the point. Not long ago, I heard that a disciple of your sect killed the grandson of Elder Mu Hong of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Afterwards, Elder Mu Hong's disciple, Bai Yunfei, came to the Burning Sun sect to seek justice. It was also at that time that Bai Yunfei discovered another matter. Your disciple had secretly learned the 100 Refinements secret technique of the 100 Refinements Workshop. I believe that Headmasterly should know what this means, right? I have come this time because I hope that Sect Masterly will hand that disciple over to my 100 Refinements Workshop. In the distance, when Lin Tian heard these words, his face immediately turned cold. As expected, they were coming for him. Yu Wushuang said that the 100 Refinements Square wouldn't let him go easily, but he didn't expect that the other party would directly kill their way into the Burning Sun sect. This, Master Balian, the elders of this sect have come to ask for him personally. There is also an elder from the 7 Profound Pavilion and an elder from the Valley of the Harp. Are they supporting the 100 Refinements Workshop? Many disciples of the Burning Sun sect were moved. Sect Master Ge, when did your 100 Refinements Workshop's strongest secret technique become so easy to steal? A Sea of Consciousness cultivator can steal the 100 Refinements secret technique from your 100 Refinements Workshop. Your 100 Refinements Workshop doesn't seem to be that weak, right? The Burning Sun sect master's face darkened. No one in my Burning Sun sect has cultivated the 100 Refinements secret technique. You may all return. The 100 Refinements Workshop master narrowed his eyes. Although the 100 Refinements Workshop is heavily guarded, it is difficult to guard against a villain. Sect Masterly, this matter concerns the strongest secret technique of a large sect. Please don't be too protective of your disciple. This isn't a good thing. Yi Jingshang opened his mouth. Not long ago, this Yi's disciple returned from the Valley of the Harp and explained the strange matter he discovered in the Valley of the Harp. There is someone in the Burning Sun sect who knows the 100 Refinements secret technique. This old woman saw this matter with her own eyes. That evil creature controlled 15 treasures at the same time and injured this old woman's disciple. It is indeed the 100 Refinements secret technique of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Su Yu coldly said, Sect Masterly, you should hand over that evil creature. Don't destroy the harmony of the 4 great sects for a lowlife. In the distance, Lin Tian's face turned cold. Bastard. At the same time, another voice sounded. Tu Miao unhappily said, Who are you calling lowlife? You old which are the one who is lowlife. Looking at your wrinkled face and sinister eyes, this old woman thought she saw a ghost. Saying this, Tu Miao curled her lips with a disdainful expression. Her ridicule could not be more obvious. What did you say? Su Yu was instantly furious. Tu Miao sneered. I'm calling you a sinister woman. No, a sinister old witch. Su Yu was furious. Her sword, Qi, soared into the sky as she glared at Tu Miao. Sect Masterly, please hand that person over to the 100 Refinements Workshop. The 100 Refinements Workshop will thank you. The 100 Refinements Workshop Master said. The Burning Sun Sect Master's expression was cold. The strongest secret technique of the 100 Refinements Workshop, not to mention the people of other sects. Even most of the people in the 100 Refinements Workshop can't cultivate it. Let me ask you, how can my Burning Sun sect's disciple obtain the 100 Refinements secret technique? Let me give you a piece of advice. After living for so long, don't be too shameless. Please return. The 100 Refinements Workshop Master still narrowed his eyes, his expression not changing. Sect Masterly, do you want to take the strongest secret technique of the 100 Refinements Workshop? A person from the 100 Refinements Workshop coldly said. This person was called Luo Gao. His cultivation was at Zephyr Tier 3, and he was an elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. What a joke! The Burning Sun Sect Master's expression turned even colder. You saw someone use a technique similar to the 100 Refinements secret technique. So you insist that it's a martial technique of the 100 Refinements Workshop and want to take it away. Do you really think that the people of the Burning Sun sect are fools? I'll say it again. Don't be too shameless. Please return. Luo Gao's expression immediately darkened, becoming slightly cold. Since Sect Masterly insists on protecting the thief who stole the secret technique of the 100 Refinements Workshop, then we can only take it by force. The 100 Refinements Workshop Master said. You can try. The Burning Sun Sect Master coldly said. At the same time, the 4 elders behind the Burning Sun Sect Master emitted a cold aura. Seeing this scene, the expressions of some of the disciples of the Burning Sun sect changed drastically. Are they going to fight? They're all Zephyr Tier powerhouses. Many people were shocked. The destructive power of a battle between Zephyr Tier powerhouses was very terrifying. Many people could not help but retreat into the distance. On the side of the 100 Refinements Workshop, an elder said, Spread out your divine sense and find that little bastard first. Found him. Almost in an instant, Yi Jingshang spoke. The divine sense of a Zephyr Tier powerhouse was very amazing. With just a sweep, Yi Jingshang found Lin Tian's location. In a flash, he flashed in front of Lin Tian and raised his hand to grab him. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retreated. Yi Jingshang sneered, and the speed of his attack increased. Get lost! A cold voice sounded. Luo Yu appeared in front of Lin Tian in a flash and slapped out with his palm. The 2 Zephyr Tier powerhouses collided. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, shattering several old trees nearby. Yi Jingshang was blasted away, and Luo Yu also retreated a few steps. Thank you, Elder Luo. Lin Tian stepped forward to thank him. It was a little dangerous just now. He did not expect Yi Jingshang to rush towards him in an instant. His speed was too fast. Luo Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, No problem, it's what I should do. As he said that, Luo Yu looked at Yi Jingshang opposite him. Does the 7 Mysteries Pavilion Master know that you're involved in this mess? Helping the 100 Refinements Workshop take back the stolen secret method. The Pavilion Master will support my actions. Yi Jingshang said indifferently. In that case, you're acting on your own. The 100 Refinements Workshop has given you a lot of benefits, right? Luo Yu said. Yi Jingshang's eyes narrowed. I don't understand what you're talking about. Luo Yu shook his head, hypocrite. Hypocrite, blind and shameless. He's just such a person. Lin Tian continued Luo Yu's words at this time, saying, Back then, he fancied a treasured disciple in the Northern Flame Imperial City and wanted to recruit him to the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. In the end, that person relied on the fact that he was fancied by the sect and did whatever he wanted. In order to steal my treasured medicine, he provoked me. In the end, he was defeated by me with a few steps between us. In the end, he even died at my hands. At that time, he wanted to kill me, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. In the Valley of the Harp, his other treasured disciple, the Seven Mysteries Pavilion's Diwenhong, was also crushed by me with a distance of 2 steps between us. He must have felt even more uncomfortable in his heart because it was too embarrassing, right? Naturally, his desire to kill me increased a little. As he said that, he looked at Yi Jingshang. Am I right, Senior Yi? He enunciated the word senior, especially loudly, and the sarcasm was very thick. What? This guy crushed the Seven Mysteries Pavilion's Diwenhong with a distance of 2 steps between us. That Diwenhong is a core disciple of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. Hearing Lin Tian's words, many of the Burning Sun sect's disciples' expressions changed, and their eyes widened. Luo Yu looked at Yi Jingshang. There's such a thing. It was unknown whether Luo Yu asked this on purpose or not, but in short, Yi Jingshang's face became completely gloomy. Ha ha ha! As expected of that brat's disciple, he's really strong. Tu Cheng laughed loudly. This laughter was undoubtedly very ear-piercing to Yi Jingshang's ears. What a sharp-tongued junior! Everyone, take him down. The 100 refinements, Lane Master said. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, all the flight powerhouses, including the owner of the 100 Refinements District, charged toward Lin Tian. Little bastard! Su Yu's eyes were sinister, and her cheeks were ice-cold. It was also at this time that a cold snort sounded. What kind of place do you think my Burning Sun sect is? Do you think you can just barge in as you wish? The Burning Sun sect master yelled. As his words fell, the entire Burning Sun sect shook with a boom. In an instant, runes appeared in every corner of the Burning Sun sect. Then, dazzling beams of light shot up. Each beam of light was filled with boundless murderous intent. Great Mountain Protection Array. A Burning Sun sect disciple cried out in surprise. Lin Tian was a little surprised. He glanced around, and his heart couldn't help but freeze. He was an array manipulator himself and at the 4th rank. Naturally, he could sense the terror of this great array. Although it was only a 6th rank killing array, there was more than one engraved. It seemed like there were 5 or 6 of them gathered together, and it was very terrifying. A group of shameless old things. Today, I'll have to give you a good beating, Tu Ching said coldly. At this time, the leaders of the Burning Sun sect all had unfriendly expressions. However, in the midst of such a terrifying killing array, the people of the 100 Refinements Lane appeared very calm. Beat us? I'm afraid that's impossible. The 100 Refinements Lane Master said indifferently. As his words fell, the Burning Sun sect shook again. The killing light that rushed up from the ground was instantly shattered, and some of the runes that were originally lit dimmed instantly. The Burning Sun sect master and the others all had a change of expression. What's going on? The Burning Sun sect's Great Mountain Protection Array actually failed. Sect master. In the distance, a deacon of the Burning Sun sect, covered in blood, staggered over. The array core runes of the Great Array have been destroyed. Deacons Hua, Xian, and Ling. Pfft. A sword ray flew from behind, cutting off the deacon's head. Chapter 256. Looking at the 3 and the swords in their hands, Lin Tianyi instantly guessed something. No pop-up window. The destruction of the Great Formation was definitely related to these 3. Zuashang, Chu Xian, Ling Yi, what are you doing? The Burning Sun sect master's face was ashen. At this moment, everyone from the Burning Sun sect paled. On the other hand, The people from 100 Refinements Workshop were indifferent. Clearly, everything was under their control. Zhuoshang and the other two retreated behind the people from 100 Refinements Workshop. Zhuoshang said, "Sorry, sect master. We were forced to do this." Zhuoshang stared at Lin Tian and gritted his teeth. "If he doesn't die, he will definitely kill us in the future. We only temporarily destroyed the core of the Great Formation. Everything was for self-preservation. Moreover, Onerga promised us that we could enter 100 Refinements Workshop to cultivate and give us many treasures. This is much better than staying in the Burning Sun sect." "What did you say?" The elders of the Burning Sun sect were furious. Tu Miao clenched his fists and glared behind the people from 100 Refinements Workshop. "Ling Yi, how dare you?" A few days ago, he had begged him to bring a disciple to cultivate. A disciple he had taught for more than a year was now a traitor of the sect. Ling Ye's face was gloomy. A few days ago, after learning that Lin Tian was Li Chongfeng's disciple, his expression had been unsightly. After Zhuoshang and Chu Xian discovered this, they secretly came looking for him. At that time, Zhuoshang and Chu Xian had already been bribed by 100 Refinements Workshop. When the two learned that Ling Yi and Lin Tian did not get along, they instigated Ling Yi to kill Lin Tian. When Ling Yi thought of Li Chongfeng standing behind Lin Tian, of Lin Tian's strength, and of the generous conditions offered by 100 Refinements Workshop, he immediately agreed. Thus, on this day when the protective formation was activated, the three of them worked together to destroy the core of the Great Formation. This was the only thing that 100 Refinements Workshop had asked them to do. As long as there was no mountain protecting array, the 100 Refinements Workshop had a 100% chance of taking Lin Tian away. "He is Li Chongfeng's disciple. You will definitely protect him with all your strength. With his personality, he will definitely kill me in the future. You won't do anything about it. Maybe you will even help him." Ling Yi looked at Tu Meng and said, "Just like a few days ago, he hurt me, but you didn't help me at all. You even smiled at him. You don't have a disciple like me in your heart. In your heart, he is more important because he is Li Chongfeng's disciple. Bastard, you were the one who made the first move. If you lose, then you lose. How can you ask Master to help you vent your anger?" Tu Miao's face was full of anger. "Didn't I tell you to cultivate harder? When you're stronger, you can beat him yourself. I wanted to ask the sect for assembled gods Baodan for you, but I didn't expect you to betray the sect like this." "Whatever you say," Ling Yi said coldly. Tu Ming's old face was extremely unsightly. His whole body was trembling. "Evil disciple! Evil disciple! I, Tu Miao, have lived an honest and upright life, but I actually taught such a disciple. I have let down the sect." At this moment, Tu Miao seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. "Elder Tu, you don't have to be like this," the Burning Sun sect master said. Although he said this, the Burning Sun sect master's expression was also very unsightly. His eyes were very cold. There was nothing more infuriating than being bitten by a core disciple that his sect had carefully nurtured. The 100 Refinements district master stared at the Burning Sun sect master and said, "Sect masterly, it's better to hand that person over. Don't hurt our friendship. You destroyed my sect's protective mountain array, and now you're saying don't hurt our friendship?" The Burning Sun sect master's face was cold. If you had handed him over from the beginning, how would things have turned out like this? The 100 Refinements district master shook his head and said, "No matter what, the 100 Refinements secret technique is the foundation of our 100 Refinements district. It can't fall into the hands of others. Today, our 100 Refinements district must take this disciple of your sect away." "Then give it a try," the Burning Sun sect master said coldly. With a boom, powerful spiritual ether seeped out of his body. An entire space became scorching hot. "It seems that we can only take him by force. The 100 Refinements District Master said. As soon as the 100 Refinements District Master's words fell, several other figures suddenly moved, including Jingshang of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion and Su Yu of the Valley of the Harp, all pressed towards Lin Tian, wanting to capture Lin Tian. The Burning Sun Sect Master slashed out with a sword and stopped the 100 Refinements District Master. Today you can't protect him, the 100 Refinements District Master said. I'll protect him for you to see, the Burning Sun Sect Master said. The two airborne realm fighters, the masters of the two sects, took to the air and clashed with each other. Almost at the same time, Luo Yu of the Burning Sun Sect stopped Yi Jingshang. Yang Xiao and Zhao Hu blocked Luo Gao and another elder of the 100 Refinements District, respectively. Tu Qiong blocked Su Yu of the Valley of the Harp. It seems that you're not doing a good job as a master. Even your disciple has betrayed you. Su Yu sneered. Tu Qiong was still brooding over this matter. When he heard this, he immediately became furious. You're courting death. Boom! The two of them fought, and a murderous aura suddenly spread in all directions. At this time, all the disciples of the Burning Sun Sect were stunned. They were shocked by the scene. Run! Get back! Go to the Demon Sealing Gorge! Someone shouted. Suddenly, all the ordinary disciples of the Burning Sun Sect retreated towards the Demon Sealing Gorge, fearing that they would be affected by the battle. After all, there were 10 airborne realm powerhouses. The impact of these 10 people fighting together was too terrifying. Lin Tian stared at the sky, clenching his fists tightly. Then his cold gaze swept towards Wushang and the other two. If these three had not destroyed the core of the Burning Sun Sect's mountain protecting formation, the Burning Sun Sect Master and the others would not have fallen into a bitter battle. Little B** starred. At this time a cold snort was heard. In the distance, another elder of the 100 Refinements District, Mu Hong, was approaching Lin Tian. Suddenly, Lin Tianji felt a mountain-like weight on his body, causing his heart to sink. A few juniors want to start a war between the sects? An old voice was heard. At the back mountain of the Burning Sun Sect, a white-haired old man stepped on the void and walked over. Supreme Elder. The disciples of the Burning Sun Sect were pleasantly surprised. As the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun Sect walked out, the entire space shook, causing the master of the 100 Refinements District and the others to be shocked. A powerhouse of the 9th heaven of the levitating realm is indeed terrifying, the master of the 100 Refinements District said. Even so, the master of the 100 Refinements District's expression was still very calm. At this time, another old man silently appeared in the distance. He wore a purple robe and walked towards the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun Sect. I just want to take back my 100 Refinements District's secret technique. I don't mean to start a war between the sections. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements District. You guys are really well prepared. Even an old fart like you came. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun Sect's face darkened. The Burning Sun Sect has you overseeing it. If I didn't come, wouldn't they be defeated in an instant? The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements District said. After all, we are of the same generation. Old friend, you should hand over that disciple called Lin Tian. Don't destroy the friendly relationship between our two sects because of a mere inner sect disciple. I don't remember being friends with you. Doing such a thing, let alone the word friendly. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun Sect said. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements District narrowed his eyes. So, old friend, you don't want to? The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun Sect stared at the opposite side and calmly shouted, All deacons and elders of the Burning Sun Sect, listen to my order. Protect Lin Tian at all costs. 100 years ago, the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect, had always blamed himself for driving away the most talented man in the sect. Now that that man had sent back a disciple, he must protect him well. The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements district narrowed his eyes. Protect him at all costs? Unfortunately, you can't do it. Without the protective mountain formation, our battle prowess is clearly stronger than yours. All of your resistance will be futile. Who knows if you don't try? The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect said. Instantly, the two of them restrained each other and rushed to a higher place in the sky. Lin Tian stared at the sky while feeling very grateful in his heart. Because these people were fighting for his sake. A cold aura pressed down from the front. Mu Hong's expression was incomparably cold, and his aura was like a knife. You killed my grandson. I should kill you directly. But before that, there are many things I need to know from you. So I'll cripple your limbs first. Lin Tian stared at Mu Hong. Although his back was slightly cold, he didn't retreat. He stood in place like a monument and looked coldly at Mu Hong. You trash grandson of trash. You deserve to die. But then again, I really regret it because I should have killed him with my own hands. Letting him poison himself to death is too easy for him. Staring at Mu Hong, he wasn't afraid at all, and his voice was very cold. Mu Hong's expression suddenly became gloomy, and his killing intent wandered. You're courting death, Mu Hong said coldly. Lin Tian disdainfully said, You're talking as if you're not going to kill me after capturing me, idiot! In terms of combat strength, he was far from being Mu Hong's opponent, but he didn't want to lose in words. Even if he couldn't beat him, he had to feel comfortable scolding him. Mu Hong's expression became even colder, as if he knew that he couldn't win against Lin Tian. He stopped talking and walked forward step by step. Lin Tian, retreat to the Demon's Ceiling Gorge. There's a more hidden passage there. Leave with Deacon Liu. Go quickly. With Pu En as the leader, several deacons blocked in front of Lin Tian. At the same time, another person came from the side. It was Deacon Liu. He pulled Lin Tian and prepared to retreat. I'm not going. Lin Tian stared ahead, not moving at all. Deacon Liu said anxiously, What are you saying? You're still too young. You can't stop Zephyr powerhouses. You're only in the spiritual sea realm. The Grand Elder ordered us to protect you. They're buying time for you. I'll take you away. Deacon Liu said, They're coming for you. Only if you leave, this battle might end directly. Go quickly. Impossible. Lin Tian shook his head and stared straight ahead. In order to protect him, the Burning Sun sect master and others were fighting with the people of 100 Refinements workshop. How could he leave? Go quickly, Pu En shouted. Seeing Mu Hong closing in, Pu En and several others rushed up together. You want to stop me with just you? Mu Hong waved his hand, and a gust of wind rolled up palm shadows all over the sky. Pu En and the others were all blown away in an instant. Pu En and the others were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. After being hit by a palm from an airborne realm powerhouse, each of them had a lot of bones broken. They looked a little embarrassed, and it was difficult for them to stand up again. Mu Hong came close and raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. Go, Deacon Liu said and waved his fist forward to block. You're courting death. Mu Hong's eyes were cold. Seeing that Deacon Liu's fist was about to collide with Mu Hong's big hand, Lin Tian stretched out his left hand and pulled Deacon Liu back. Although Deacon Liu was older than him, his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Sea of Consciousness, which was much weaker than him. If he were to meet Mu Hong's palm, he would definitely suffer unimaginable damage. Lin Tian, you. Deacon Liu was slightly shocked. Lin Tian's face was solemn, but he didn't say anything. He pulled Deacon Liu back with his left hand, and the Heart Spirit sword appeared in his right hand. With a clang, he directly used the Thunderfire sword to the limit. A bright sword aura slashed out, shaking the air. Deacon Liu was moved. This sword was indeed a little terrifying. Mu Hong's eyes flickered. Obviously, he didn't expect that a cultivator at the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness could slash out such a terrifying sword. However, he was only surprised for a moment. After that, the big hand he stretched out did not change direction. With a slight shake, it shattered Lin Tian's sword aura. Although a firefly is occasionally bright, it is still a firefly in the end. How can it compete with the bright moon? With a cold voice, Mu Hong slapped Lin Tian with his palm. End of chapter. Chapter 257. Lin Tian felt an extremely terrifying pressure coming from the seemingly light palm. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed with his long sword and quickly retreated to the back. Humph! Mu Hong snorted coldly and broke apart Lin Tian's sword aura. His momentum did not diminish as he pressed down on Lin Tian. Watch out! Deacon Lu shouted and rushed up. Lin Tian frowned, grabbed Deacon Lu's shoulder, and threw him behind him. Don't come over. He was very grateful for Deacon Lu's kindness. However, Deacon Lu was much weaker than him. He would definitely be in trouble if he were to fight Mu Hong. You have guts. Mu Hong sneered, and the force of his palm seemed to be even more powerful. Lin Tian shook his heart spirit sword. The thunder flame's sword aura swept out like a storm in the sky. However, facing an airborne realm fighter, his terrifying attack seemed to be a bit weak. It was instantly shattered by Mu Hong's palm force. Then, a wisp of palm force passed through the thunder flame's sword aura and landed directly on his body. Lin Tian was shocked, and a mouthful of blood surged up to his throat. Old thing! He stared at Mu Hong and clenched the treasure in his hand. He felt a trace of powerlessness when facing Mu Hong. Even so, there was no fear in his eyes. Therefore, this expression made Mu Hong very unhappy. Let's see how long you can last. Mu Hong's voice was cold. Facing Lin Tian, Mu Hong did not draw his sword. He just slapped with his bare hands again and again. However, even so, Lin Tian was still forced to keep retreating. In just a short while, his hand holding the sword was already a little numb from the shock. With a clang, a sword aura suddenly appeared behind Mu Hong. Puin came from behind him. Lin Tian, back off! Puin shouted. Mu Hong glanced behind him and snorted coldly. He slapped behind him with a backhand palm, directly breaking Puin's sword. After that, Mu Hong once again waved his palm, which landed firmly on Puin's chest. Puin was directly sent flying 8 feet away, lying horizontally on the ground. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and his aura instantly weakened to the lowest point. Lin Tian's expression changed. Senior Pu, just take care of yourself. An indifferent voice sounded. Mu Hong waved his palm again, pressing down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face turned cold. He didn't hesitate to use his weapon control technique. Along with the sound of swords clanging, 15 bejeweled swords suddenly rushed out like 15 lightning bolts towards Mu Hong. Although he hadn't been in the sect for long, he was quite familiar with Puin and was also good to him. Seeing Puin seriously injured and dying, killing intent erupted in his eyes. Sure enough, he can control many weapons with one hand. Mu Hong's eyes flashed. Mu Hong still didn't draw his sword. He only used his hands to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian channeled his spiritual sense and urged the 15 bejeweled swords to continuously slash at Mu Hong, attacking from all angles. However, the airborne realm cultivator was too strong. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't hurt Mu Hong at all. He couldn't even scratch the corner of Mu Hong's clothes. Cultivation determines everything. You're still too weak, Mu Hong said. With a bang, Mu Hong slapped out with his palm and knocked all of Lin Tian's bejeweled swords away in an instant. With the bejeweled swords being knocked away, Lin Tian's spiritual sense was shaken, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Staring at Mu Hong, he just held the heart, spirit, sword tighter The airborne realm cultivator was really too terrifying. Now he could only feel powerless when facing the airborne realm cultivator. His opponent was like an ancient demonic mountain, which was difficult to shake. However, even though he knew this, he did not shrink back. He did not cower because it was meaningless. Still want to fight. Stubborn resistance. Mu Hong said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Hong slapped again. Lin Tian channeled his spiritual sense, and the sword vibrated again, supporting the 15 bejeweled swords to resist. In the process, Mu Hong's palm slapped away the 15 bejeweled swords again and again, causing Lin Tian to suffer some backlash each time. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Even so, it still made the disciples of the Burning Sun sect feel shocked. Facing the airborne realm cultivator, where did he get the courage to fight? He can actually hold on until now. Many people were shocked. Some people thought about it from another perspective. If they were facing an airborne realm cultivator, they would probably be so scared that their legs would go weak. Even if that was not the case, they definitely wouldn't have the courage to fight, because even if they gave it their all, it would be useless. But now, facing such a situation, Lin Tian was not afraid at all. The long sword in his hand slashed at the airborne realm cultivator again and again. Doesn't he know what fear is? Some people's hearts trembled. Watching the battle between Lin Tian and Mu Hong, everyone in the Burning Sun sect had different expressions. Ling Yi stared at Lin Tian, clenching his fists. His face was extremely gloomy because Lin Tian's combat strength at the moment was too terrifying. Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Tian's, he knew very well that his combat strength was far from that of Lin Tian. On the other side, Zuoshang and Chu Xian's faces were pale. They were both shocked by the combat strength that was far beyond that of a cultivator of the same level. His talent is really good. What a monster! Yi Jingshang of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion glanced at Lin Tian's direction while fighting Luoyu and said, "Unfortunately, what's the use of this? Against Mu Hong, who is in the airborne realm, the outcome is already decided." As he said that, Yi Jingshang swung his blade, and dense blade auras sputtered in all directions. Luoyu avoided most of the blade auras, but there were still some that rushed over from all corners. Suddenly, many pavilions in the Burning Sun sect were shattered, and cracks appeared on the ground. There were even a few outer disciples of the Burning Sun sect who couldn't dodge in time and were directly crushed by the blade auras. Seeing this scene, many disciples of the Burning Sun sect couldn't help but tremble. They were shocked and angry. Yi Jingshang, Luoyu was furious for the first time. Yi Jingshang frowned slightly, but then he coldly snorted. Just a few weaklings. The sword in Luoyu's hand trembled, and his killing intent surged. "You deserve to die!" Although Lin Tian was blocking Mu Hong's attack and had suffered serious injuries, he still paid attention to that direction. Seeing several of his fellow sect members die at the hands of Yi Jingshang, his eyes were filled with endless anger. To be honest, these few Burning Sun sect disciples were also involved in this chaotic battle because of him. Bastard. He had killed a lot of people, but this didn't mean that he didn't know the value of life. He could kill his enemies without batting an eyelid, but when he saw several ordinary fellow sect members die for no reason, anger still rose in his heart. Mu Hong indifferently said, "Do you have time to look elsewhere?" At this time, a long sword appeared beside Mu Hong. The sword swung, as if it was going to cut open space. Lin Tian felt an even stronger pressure and was forced to retreat step by step. The Burning Sun sect master and the others all noticed this scene, and their faces were filled with anger. Some people wanted to help, but they couldn't. After all, everyone was facing an opponent who wasn't weaker than them, or even stronger. Higher up in the sky, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Great Elder restrained the Burning Sun sect's Great Elder and indifferently said, "How about it?" I said that today he can only be suppressed and taken away. The Burning Sun sect's Great Elder swept a glance at Lin Tian. Seeing that Lin Tian was injured by Mu Hong again and again, his eyes became incomparably sharp and cold. If he is harmed today, my Burning Sun sect and your 100 Refinements workshop will fight to the death. After saying this, the Burning Sun sect's great elder emitted an even stronger aura, and the clouds in the sky were shaken. The 100 Refinements workshop's great elder frowned. Why do you go to this extent for a mere inner disciple? Is it because he is Li Changfeng's disciple? Li Changfeng was very monstrous back then, but didn't he already leave the Burning Sun sect? Although I don't know why, in the end he can only say that he was once a member of your Burning Sun sect. Now he basically has nothing to do with your Burning Sun sect, right? Moreover, it is said that he is now crippled and only enjoys drinking all day long. His strength is about the same as the current Yi Jingshang. Is the disciple of such a person worth all of you doing this? The Burning Sun sect's great elder was furious. Who said that he left the Burning Sun sect? He will be a member of my Burning Sun sect until his death. The Burning Sun sect's great elder was furious, and the entire sky seemed to be enveloped by flames, scorching and threatening. I don't understand. The 100 Refinements workshop's great elder shook his head, but his expression became more dignified. He directly used the 100 Refinements' secret technique, and suddenly, dozens of weapons flew through the sky, slashing towards the Burning Sun sect's great elder. The two people fought together, causing everyone's heart to tremble. This was a collision of peak Zephyr Realm experts. Clang! At this time, in another place, the clanging sound of swords rang out again. Lin Tian, who was fighting against Mu Hong with a sea of consciousness realm cultivation, was forced to retreat step by step, and many more wounds appeared on his body. It's about time, Mu Hong said. In the next moment, four long swords suddenly appeared beside Mu Hong and rushed towards Lin Tian's limbs with a whoosh. The 4 long swords were as fast as birds. Such a scene made the Burning Sun sect leader's expression change. Lin Tian could not avoid these 4 swords. Damn it! In a battlefield slightly close to Lin Tian, Tu Yao risked being hit by Su Yu's sword to change his position and rush down from the sky, blocking in front of Lin Tian by a hair's breadth. Because he rushed over from a distance, he was hit by Su Yu's heavy sword. In addition, Mu Hong's sword was very fast, so he could only use his body to block. Pooh! 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 4 long swords pierced into Tu Yao's body at the same time, but fortunately at the most critical moment, Tu Yao dodged slightly, and the 4 long swords did not hurt his vital parts. Even so, it still made the airborne realm expert wobble a few times, almost falling to the ground. Lin Tian was shocked and hurriedly supported Tu Yao, Sr. Tu Yao coughed up blood and painfully pulled out the 4 long swords in his body, grinning at Lin Tian. Kid, when you see your master in the future, tell him that I, Tu Yao, have returned the favor I owed him in the past. Saying this seemed to have affected his injuries. Tu Yao's body shook a few more times, and the 4 wounds continued to bleed. Such a scene caused everyone to be moved. I'm quite surprised that an airborne realm expert like you would use your body to block my sword for a junior. It's really strange. Mu Hong walked over step by step, with a slight sneer on his face, but this is better. Calculating it, your Burning Sun sect temporarily lost an airborne realm combatant, and it will be easier to take him away. In your dreams, even if I die here, I'll take half of your life with me. Tu Bei said. As he said this, Tu Yao took a deep breath and took a step forward, obviously wanting to block Mu Hong. At this moment, a hand grabbed him. Lin Tian pulled Tu Yao and stared at Mu Hong. In the blink of an eye, his glabella shone brightly, and dense lotus petals floated out from his glabella, lingering in every corner within a radius of about 10 feet. Then the dense lotus petals quickly gathered toward the center, condensing into a 7-inch-long lotus sword in 3 breaths, bright and dazzling. Cut! He gritted his teeth and shouted. The lotus sword rushed up and instantly pressed in front of Mu Hong. P.S. Tomorrow 5 update. Chapter 258. Read on mobile. The lotus broadsword was dazzling, and its speed was extremely fast, causing Mu Hong's expression to change slightly. However, it was only for a moment. Mu Hong took a step back and raised the long sword in his hand. Your speed is indeed good, but do you really think that a sea of consciousness level attack can work on a flight expert? You're really naive. As he spoke, Mu Hong slashed down with his sword. This sword steadily landed on the lotus broadsword. Mu Hong's expression was indifferent, but in the next moment his expression changed because his long sword could not stop the lotus broadsword at all. The lotus broadsword passed through the sword in his hand and went straight to him. Impossible. Mu Hong was shocked. At the same time, the expressions of others also changed because they all saw that Mu Hong's sword clearly cut the lotus broadsword, but it was not able to damage the lotus broadsword in the slightest. At this time, the lotus broadsword was already in front of Mu Hong, and there was no way for him to dodge. Pissed. With a soft sound, the lotus broadsword went straight into Mu Hong's head. There was no bloody blooming as expected, but in the next moment, Mu Hong let out a blood-curdling scream and staggered backward. His hands were clutching his hair as if he was suffering some kind of horrible torture. What's going on? What happened? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, including the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect and the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Square. Behind Tu Yao, Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He let go of Tu Yao's hand and instantly rushed out like lightning. At this moment, the speed he showed shocked the group of airborne realm experts. In an instant, he was in front of Mu Hong. I'm going to kill you. Lin Tian's voice was cold. He clenched his right hand into a fist and directly punched out. With a bang, this punch landed solidly on Mu Hong's chest, causing him to scream again and spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian's fist strength today might not be able to hurt an airborne realm expert, but in fact, the fist he threw was not ordinary. It was a divine vein realm martial art, the meteorite fist. This fist technique looked ordinary, but it contained residual force, attacking the outside and injuring the inside. Bang! Another punch landed on Mu Hong's body, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. However, this was not the end. After Lin Tian gained the upper hand, he did not stop at all. He did not give Mu Hong the slightest chance to recover. In an instant, he closed in on him again. His face was cold as he clenched his fists. Every punch carried all of his strength. Like crazy raindrops, they continuously fell on Mu Hong's body. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. That's a mighty one at the airborne realm. Is he suppressing a mighty one at the airborne realm? Crazy, really crazy. Some of the Burning Sun sect disciples were dumbfounded. Tu Miao's body was wounded, and blood was flowing from his wounds. As he stared at this scene, his eyes flickered uncontrollably. What kind of person is this young man? Tu Ming murmured. How big was the gap between a cultivation at the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness and a mighty one at the 3rd level of the airborne realm? It was simply the difference between heaven and earth. It was a gap that could not be crossed no matter what. But now, in front of this gap that could not be crossed, a young man who had just turned 17 years old stepped over it. With his cultivation at the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness, he was actually suppressing a mighty one at the 3rd level of the airborne realm. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists falling on flesh continued to be heard, and Mu Hong's screams continued to reverberate. At this moment, Lin Tian was almost using Mu Hong as a punching bag. His fists fell on Mu Hong's body as if they were nothing. This scene shocked everyone's heart. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out. In Lin Tian's hand, a cold sword appeared and slashed at Mu Hong's neck. Stop him! The owner of the 100 Refinements workshop came back to his senses and immediately shouted. Su Yu was the closest and no one stopped her. In an instant, she flashed over and slashed out with her sword. You have a lot of demonic techniques. Staring at Lin Tian, the murderous intent in Su Yu's eyes intensified. At the same time, Su Yu thought of the white lotus that floated out from Lin Tian's glabella. She felt that it was very similar to the White Lotus Sword Codex. But after thinking about it again, she felt that it was definitely not the White Lotus Sword Codex. As Su Yu pressed forward, Lin Tian suddenly felt the pressure. He could suppress Mu Hong at this time because the Lotus Sword had injured Mu Hong's Sea of Consciousness, causing Mu Hong to lose his combat strength in an instant. Now that he was facing Su Yu in her prime, he was naturally no match for her. He could only step on the yin-yang avatar and retreat a few feet away. Old woman. Staring at Su Yu, his eyes were cold. Originally, he was only a hair away from killing Mu Hong, but unfortunately it was ruined. You're courting death. Su Yu's face turned cold, and she directly pressed on Lin Tian. The long sword in Lin Tian's hand vibrated, and the flaming thunder sword slashed out wildly. At the same time, his glabella lit up again. Dense lotus petals floated out and filled the air. Once again, it condensed into a lotus sword and slashed straight at Su Yu. Be careful. This thing can directly attack the Sea of Consciousness. A weak voice sounded. Not far away, Mu Hong's mouth was bleeding, and his body was full of bruises caused by fists. He had finally recovered slightly. Because he had been hit by Lin Tian's sword, Mu Hong naturally knew what kind of power this lotus sword had. Su Yu's expression changed, and she quickly dodged, passing by the lotus sword, directly attacking the Sea of Consciousness. How is that possible? Su Yu's expression changed. At this time, hearing Mu Hong's words, everyone, including the Great Elder of the Burning Sun sect and the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, changed their expressions. For a cultivator, the importance of the Sea of Consciousness was self-evident. It could even be said that it was more important than the heart. Being able to directly attack the Sea of Consciousness was terrifying. How can it be? Elder Mu Hong, are you mistaken? The master of the 100 Refinements Workshop said in a deep voice. At this time, the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop also looked at Mu Hong. What Mu Hong said was really too shocking. To be able to directly attack the Sea of Consciousness, they had never heard of such a method. At least, there was absolutely no such method below the Immortal Ascension realm. But now, a cultivator in the Sea of Consciousness realm had mastered such a method? Mu Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It can't be wrong. Just now, that lotus sword directly broke into my Sea of Consciousness, causing my Sea of Consciousness to suffer an unimaginable shock. It was almost directly destroyed. Staring at Lin Tian again, Mu Hong's eyes no longer had the contempt at the beginning. In an instant, they were filled with shocking killing intent. Seeing Mu Hong like this, no one doubted him anymore. Thinking about it, Mu Hong, who was in the airborne realm, had personally suffered that sword attack. How could he be wrong? Damn it! That bastard, that was what he did to me that day. Ling Yi was extremely angry. A few days ago, in the Demon Ceiling Gorge, he had suffered such an injury, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, it was just a small lotus petal. Now, hearing Mu Hong, who was in the airborne realm, mention it, he immediately remembered what happened that day, and his cheeks became distorted. Lin Tian was actually so strong. Not far away, Tu Ming also remembered what happened that day. So that's what happened. He directly attacked Ling Ye's Sea of Consciousness. No wonder I didn't find any injuries. Thinking at this time, Tu Ming couldn't help but glance at Ling Yi in the distance. Anger immediately appeared in his eyes. The disciple he had carefully nurtured had actually betrayed the sect. High in the sky, the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop stared at Lin Tian and shouted, "Catch him!" At this time, even this powerhouse of the Zephyr Ninth celestial layer had a thick, killing intent in his eyes. He was only in the Sea of Knowledge realm, but he was able to comprehend a legendary method that could directly attack the Sea of Knowledge. This kind of talent was too monstrous. He was even stronger than Li Chongfeng in the past. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Hearing this, everyone in the 100 Refinements workshop naturally had a strong killing intent. Clang! 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 The sound of the sword was soul-stirring. In the sky above the burning sun sect, a dense number of weapons rushed out in an instant. Because of the help of Su Yu and Yi Jingshang, only 5 people from the 100 Refinements workshop came this time. The Great Elder, the workshop owner, and 3 elders. At this moment, except for Mu Hong, everyone else displayed the 100 Refinements secret technique. Suddenly, more than 100 weapons floated in the sky above the burning sun sect. Among them, the weakest was a treasure, and there were even many treasures. The 100 Refinements secret technique used by the Airborne Realm Powerhouse. So many weapons! How can we block this? How can we fight? It's over. The expressions of all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect changed. At this time, seeing the scene, even Su Yu and Yi Jingshang changed their expressions. They were obviously a little surprised, but soon their gazes fell on Lin Tian, and a strong killing intent appeared in their eyes. This person must die. Boom! Almost at the same time, in the sky, another terrifying aura rushed up. The Great Elder of the Burning Sun sect held a treasure sword. Although there was only one sword, its power was not much weaker than the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop. Dense, flaming sword qi condensed behind him, burning the air with a sizzling sound. Everyone of the Burning Sun sect, listen up. Protect Lin Tian at all costs. At all costs. You can't protect him. The Great Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop said coldly and rushed over. Even if I have to sacrifice this old life of mine, I won't let you succeed. The Great Elder of the Burning Sun sect said. Lin Tian was not only Li Chongfeng's only disciple, but his talent was also as monstrous as Li Chongfeng's. No matter what, he had to protect Lin Tian, not only for Li Chongfeng, but also for the sect. Ignorant, the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop coldly said. The 2 supreme powerhouses clashed, sword whistling and true essence exploding. The scene could only be described as frightening. At almost the same time, the battle between the master of the 100 Refinements workshop and the Burning Sun sect masters group became more intense. But at this time, the gap between the 2 sides began to show. The members of the 100 Refinements workshop who used the 100 Refinements secret technique were much stronger than cultivators of the same level. The master of the Burning Sun sect masters group began to be at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. Crack! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. Many pavilions of the Burning Sun sect were destroyed, and the ground was cut open inch by inch. More than 100 weapons crisscrossed, and the scene made the Burning Sun sect disciples tremble in fear. Lin Tian stared at this scene and could not help but clench his fists. At this time, he finally understood why the 100 Refinements secret technique was called the most powerful technique of the 4 major sects. It was indeed too powerful. At this moment, relying on this technique, the members of the 100 Refinements workshop were all suppressing their opponents, and the leaders of the Burning Sun sect were all at a disadvantage. Humph! A cold voice sounded as Su Yu and Mu Hong closed in on Lin Tian. Su Yu's long sword shook as she directly used the White Lotus sword cannon and swept Tu Bei, who was standing in front of Lin Tian. Damn it! Tu Bei was furious. Mu Hong closed in on Lin Tian, and the killing intent in his eyes was shockingly strong. He directly stepped over to Lin Tian. Because his knowledge was injured by Lin Tian's Lotus Greatsword, he did not use the 100 Refinements secret technique at this moment. He only waved his palm at Lin Tian. However, Even so, the injured him was still far stronger than Lin Tian, and Lin Tian could not contend against him. In a short period of time, Lin Tian was forced to continuously retreat. Pung! After dozens of breaths, Lin Tian was hit by a palm. He felt his chest spasm, and his internal organs were shattered. He took a step back, and his grip on the inner spirit sword tightened, and he continuously slashed forward dozens of sword rays. "You're really durable," Mu Hong said coldly. Because he wanted to get the information they wanted from Lin Tian, he naturally could not kill Lin Tian here. He held back a little when he attacked, but even so, he was still very surprised when Lin Tian could still move after taking a direct hit from him. But then his face turned even colder, and he increased the strength of his palm. "One more palm and it's over. Let's see who can save you next." Lin Tian endured the pain in his chest and stepped on the yin and yang hua, constantly flashing. At the same time, the light between his eyebrows shone brightly, and dense lotus petals floated out, once again condensing into a lotus greatsword and attacking Mu Hong. At the same time, some scattered lotus petals also gathered around, and together they slashed at Mu Hong, heading straight for his head. "You want to use the same trick on me a second time?" Mu Hong said coldly. He dodged Lin Tian's lotus greatsword, and suddenly, dense palm shadows appeared again. In the distance, the Burning Sun sect leader and the others saw that Lin Tian was in danger. They were all furious and wanted to go over to help. However, at this moment, no one could pass. At this time, several of the leaders had more or less suffered a lot of injuries. Even the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect was hit several times, and his clothes were stained with blood. The experts of the Burning Sun sect were completely suppressed. How could this be? Our Burning Sun sect, could it be? Chapter 259. All the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were stunned. Their expressions were dull, and many of them could not help but tremble. At this time, the 6 giants of the Burning Sun sect were in a bitter battle. Even the Supreme Elder was slightly suppressed by the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. How could this be? Someone murmured with a pale face. Lin Tian dodged Mu Hong's palm force while paying attention to all of this. He could not help but hold the inner spirit sword tighter. "You're quite fast. Let's see how long you can dodge," Mu Hong said. Staring at Lin Tian, Mu Hong's eyes were a little cold because just now he was indeed seriously injured by Lin Tian. At this moment, he could not even use the 100 Refinements secret technique, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. It was also because of this that he could not quickly suppress Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with anger, and the light between his eyebrows lit up again. He endured the pain in his body. This time, dense white lotuses floated out from between his eyebrows. They did not condense into swords. Instead, all the lotus petals floated in the air like swords of light. They drifted towards the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop, Su Yu and Yi Jingshang, respectively. His combat strength was far inferior to these people, but the white lotuses were enough to interfere with these people. Mu Hong's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Dodge directly, don't block!" Having suffered Lin Tian's sword, Mu Hong was very familiar with this move. Buzz! The white lotus petals fluttered all over the sky as if it was raining white lotuses. They kept rolling towards the 100 Refinements Workshop owner and the others. The 100 Refinements Workshop owner and the others quickly dodged, and their expressions became slightly cold. If it were any other day, these white lotus petals would not cause too much trouble for them. However, each of them was facing a Zephyr powerhouse. At this time, facing this kind of thing that could directly attack the sea of consciousness brought them great trouble. One had to know that sometimes the power of a straw was enough to change many things. Chapter 260. Mu Hong's expression changed slightly. Thinking of Li Changfeng back then, he could not help but tremble. However, he immediately returned to normal and snorted, I heard that you've been crippled all these years. Do you still think you're the same as before? An old drunkard smiled and said, Indeed, I'm not the same as before. He raised his long sword gently, and a faint light flashed through the inner spirit sword. Poof! Mu Hong's chest split open, and blood directly rose up. With a bang, Mu Hong flew backward and once again hit the old tree in the distance. Such a scene immediately caused many people's expressions to change. Was there a sword light just now? It seems like there wasn't. Many people's hearts palpitated. At this time, even the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop was moved. Even he did not see that sword clearly. Blood flowed out of Mu Hong's mouth as he staggered to his feet. Mu Hong's expression changed. He was injured by a sword, but he did not even see an old drunkard's movements clearly. An old drunkard shook the long sword in his hand. I haven't held a sword for so many years. I'm not used to it. These words undoubtedly caused the hearts of everyone to be even more alarmed. Injuring a Zephyr powerhouse with a sword. This is called not used to it? Someone swallowed saliva. Lin Tian stared at an old drunkard's back, and his pupils could not help but narrow. So strong! At this time, Mu Hong's expression was naturally not so good, and he clenched his fists tightly. You have to pay attention to the next sword. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes. As his words fell, a faint layer of flame appeared on the inner spirit sword. Mu Hong's expression changed, and he could not help but take a step back. You want to kill me? An old drunkard had a faint smile on his face and did not say anything. However, even so, it still gave Mu Hong a strong pressure. The past events of the past appeared in his heart, causing Mu Hong to feel a trace of fear. Clenching his fists, Mu Hong endured the discomfort and shook his sea of consciousness, activating the 100 Refinements secret technique of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Clang! 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 The sound of swords rang out continuously as dozens of weapons floated out. An old drunkard's expression didn't change at all. The flames on the inner spirit sword flickered fiercely and were immediately extinguished, returning to normal. There was no sword sound, no sword light. The old drunkard's sword slowly chopped down. What are you doing? Strange. Many people found it strange. Nothing seemed to be happening in front. Lin Tian also frowned, but he believed that since an old drunkard had swung his sword, he would not be doing something useless. Right at this moment, a crisp sound resounded. Crack! The sound of metal shattering shook the entire audience. In the next moment, similar sounds rang out continuously. The dozens of weapons floating around Mu Hong were instantly filled with cracks and shattered, falling to the ground. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, a trace of blood flowed out from between Mu Hong's eyebrows. He fell straight to the ground, and his life force disappeared completely. Brat, now that you've vented your anger, is it going well? An old drunkard said. Lin Tian's body trembled, and his eyes were full of light. A one-hit kill. So strong. Yes, he replied. This was the former Sword Immortal of the Burning Sun sect, the man who had relied on his own strength to sweep all the geniuses of the 4 major sections. He was really too strong. Lin Tianji felt his blood boiling. Senior brother. The Burning Sun sect master clenched his fists in excitement. Senior brother was still so strong. Good, 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 good. Tu Ming laughed. Tu Ming and the others were happy and excited. But the faces of the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop were stiff. A Zephyr powerhouse died just like that. Junior. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop was furious. The dozens of weapons around him clanged and slashed at an old drunkard. This attack came too suddenly. Even the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect could not stop it in time. Clang! 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 The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and the dozens of weapons flickered with killing light. That scene was extremely terrifying. After all, this was the 100 Refinements secret technique used by the Zephyr Ninth Heaven powerhouse. Be careful, Lin Tiandao, an old drunkard, grinned. With his back facing the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop, he swung his sword away. It was originally a sword slash, but it instantly created a sea of fire. The dozens of weapons that the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop had taken out were all swept away and fell to the ground. At this moment, the flames in the void were still burning. Everyone felt that every wisp of these flames was formed by a terrifying sword chi. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop trembled. His weapon was blasted away, and he was slightly shaken, staring at an old drunkard again. This Zephyr Ninth Heaven powerhouse revealed an expression of disbelief. His eyes could not help but flicker with shock. The Grand Elder's attack was actually instantly. The owner of the 100 Refinements workshop was shocked. An old drunkard glanced at the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop from the corner of his eyes. Then he turned his head and looked around the Burning Sun sect. The place that I grew up in has been destroyed by you guys. It's really a headache. With that, an old drunkard carried his long sword and walked toward Suyu, who was opposite Tu Mao. Li Changfeng, what are you trying to do? Suyu's heart palpitated, and she could not help but take a step back. An old drunkard had killed Mu Hong with a single slash and repelled the Supreme Elder's 100 Refinements secret technique with a single slash. It could be said that his combat strength had instantly shocked everyone. A trace of fear appeared in Suyu's eyes. I guess the Valley of the Harp won't blame me. An old drunkard said, You! Suyu suddenly thought of something and immediately retreated, shooting out of the Burning Sun sect. In a flash, she was 100 feet away. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes, raised his heart-spirit sword, and slashed down in the air. Uft! A cloud of bloody mist exploded in the distance. It was enchanting and dazzling. Another flight realm expert had been killed. This, again with a single slash. Is this the legend of our Burning Sun sect? He's too strong. Many of the Burning Sun sect's disciples stared. At this time, the eyes of these Burning Sun sect's disciples were filled with excitement. Lin Tian's eyes flashed, seeing an old drunkard kill 2 flight realm experts in a row. He felt that his blood was completely boiling. Because of that drop of wine from an old drunkard, his injuries were temporarily better. He immediately picked up a long sword from the ground, glanced at Ling Yi and the other 2, and walked towards the 3 of them step by step. Is he going to kill those 3 people? Bah! Those 3 bastards. But his injuries, many of the Burning Sun sect's disciples were moved. At the same time, the expressions of Ling Yi and the other 2 changed again. Senior 2, can we kill them? Lin Tian asked. Tu Miao's body was stained with blood, so he naturally understood what Lin Tian was talking about. He said with a cold face, kill them. The disciple that he had carefully nurtured for so long had actually betrayed the sect. This made him feel humiliated, and the anger in his heart was stronger than anyone else's. After getting Tu Miao's affirmation, Lin Tian's eyes turned completely cold, and he took a step forward. Lin Tian, you, Xian retreated. After seeing Lin Tian's various methods, Xian's eyes were full of fear when facing Lin Tian again. Ling Yi and Zuoshang's expressions also changed slightly, but soon both of them showed a ruthless look. What can you do with your current broken body? Compared to Xian, Zuoshang and Ling Yi were much stronger. After all, one of them was a deacon of the Burning Sun sect, and the other was a core disciple of the Burning Sun sect. Both of them were at the 5th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and he took a step forward. Just killing 3 insects is enough. Clang! The Thunderfire's sword whistled. Lin Tian directly rushed over, and the long sword in his hand slashed out a dozen sword lights. Damn it! Ling Yi cursed. Zhuo Shang's expression was gloomy, and he pressed his sword toward Lin Tian. Xian trembled. Compared to Zhuo Shang and Ling Yi, he was much weaker. At this time, Lin Tian's body was covered in blood. When he rushed over like this, he looked like a demon god. Xian's heart couldn't help but jump, and he couldn't help but retreat. Lin Tian glanced at Xian. The long sword in his hand trembled, and he knocked away Zhuo Shang and Ling Ye's swords. In an instant he arrived in front of Xian. Killing, start from the weakest. Lin, pooh! A bloody light flashed, and Xian's head flew out diagonally. Lin Tian tilted his head, looking at Zhuo Shang and Ling Yi. Because of the slash, his injuries immediately worsened, and blood once again flowed out of his mouth. You dare to fight with us in this state? You're courting death. Ling Yi shouted. Although he said so, at this time, Ling Ye's face was ashen, and there was even a trace of fear in his eyes. On the other side, Zhuo Shang was the same. It's enough to kill you, Lin Tianlong said. With a flip of his sword, he charged towards the two of them expressionlessly. Ling Yi and Zhuo Shang were furious, and their eyes revealed a fierce light as they charged forward. That guy, he clearly suffered such heavy injuries, but he's still so strong. Many of the Burning Sun sect's disciples stared at Lin Tian, and their faces revealed expressions of worship. An old drunkard had been paying attention to Lin Tian all this time. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile. You've only absorbed a little of the medicine. Fighting at this time is too difficult, kid. After a pause, an old drunkard smiled even more happily. But I like it. This is the disciple of an old drunkard. At this time, an old drunkard temporarily stopped. Clang! In that direction, the sword whistled again. Although Lin Tian's mouth was bleeding, the battle intent on his body was awe-inspiring. He held an ordinary long sword in his hand, but every slash of the sword caused the air to hiss. The lightning flame sword light swept out in all directions, forcing Zhuo Shang and Ling Yi to retreat step by step. Ling Ye's expression was extremely ugly. Clang! 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 The swords collided continuously. After a while, with a crisp sound, the ordinary long sword in Lin Tian's hand broke. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. With a wave of his right hand, a spirit sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed straight ahead. At the same time, Lin Tianyi kicked out, landing directly on Zhuo Shang's chest. With a bang, Zhuo Shang was sent flying 3 feet away. Because the range of his movement was too large, Lin Tian felt his injuries worsen a little. A sharp pain hit his chest, causing a bloody taste to surge up his throat. However, his expression didn't change and he forced it down. I'll finish you in half an hour, he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the space between his eyebrows lit up. White lotuses rushed out from between his eyebrows, blooming with a faint brilliance. Not far away, an old drunkard's expression changed for the first time. His eyes narrowed. This is... Chapter 261. You have 1 second to remember the literature building, which provides you with interesting novels to read. White lotuses floated out from between Lin Tian's eyebrows and floated in the air like lotus rain. An old drunkard was moved, and his eyes sparkled for the first time. However, a smile soon appeared on the old drunkard's face. Buzz! The white lotuses flew and made a buzzing sound. Zhuo Shang and Ling Ye's expressions instantly changed when they saw this scene, especially Ling Yi. A few days ago, he had personally suffered the attack of these white lotuses. Just a single patch had caused him so much pain that he wished he was dead. However, at this moment, there was a dense pile of them. Ling Yi immediately retreated and dodged quickly with Zhuo Shang. Lin Tian looked cold and indifferent. He took a step forward and crossed the distance. Clang! The long sword in his hand shook, and the thunder flame sword swept across and swept the two of them over. Intense pain came from his chest from time to time, But Lin Tian's face was expressionless. Only his eyes were cold. At this time he did not have much true core strength in his body, and his injuries were worsening. Therefore, after summoning the White Lotuses, he directly used the yin-yang puppet and waved the spiritual sword in his hand as fast as he could. Clang! 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 The long sword continued to clash with Zhuoshang and Ling Yi. Although the two of them were not weak, and their battle prowess was not bad, they were in a very difficult situation at this moment. Firstly, they had to dodge the White Lotuses around them, and secondly, they were suppressed by Lin Tian's powerful battle intent. Ah! Suddenly there was a scream. A lotus petal floated into Zhuoshang's mind. Although it was only one petal, it was enough to make Zhuoshang suffer. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He squatted slightly and then shot out, brushing past Zhuoshang. Poof! Blood splattered in the air, and Zhuoshang's scream came to an abrupt end. With a bang, Zhuoshang's body fell to the ground. There was a bloody wound on his throat, and blood was flowing out. The sword of lightning had cut his throat. So fast! Even with such a heavy injury, he can still do this. Really, many people were shocked. This level of strength was truly too freakish. You are the only one left. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Ling Yi. Facing Lin Tian's cold gaze, Ling Ye's heart trembled. Even though he was at the peak, he couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Tian's fighting spirit was too strong. Die! Ling Yi roared angrily. His true essence vibrated as he slashed out an extremely tyrannical sword aura. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and quickly retreated, dodging the sword. However, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. This was because after Ling Yi slashed out with this sword, he did not charge over. Instead, he ran in the direction of the experts of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Seniors, save me! Ling Yi shouted. Lin Tian's expression was very cold, and his fighting spirit was shockingly strong. Ling Yi was scared and completely lost the courage to fight. Trash! Lin Tian was disdainful. However, he had to admit that Ling Ye's actions made him feel much more relaxed. At this moment, he mobilized all the true essence in his body, and the space between his brows lit up once again. The white lotus petals floating in the air quickly gathered in the middle, and in an instant they condensed into a short sword about 5 inches long. Kill! Lin Tianling said. With a whoosh, the short sword was like a bolt of lightning. It arrived in an instant and directly pierced into the back of Ling Ye's head. Ling Yi immediately screamed and fell to the ground with a bang. He kept rolling and twitching as if he had gone mad. He kept tearing at his hair and even tore off a lot of his scalp. The scene could be said to be a ghastly sight. However, gradually, Ling Ye's screams became weaker and his movements became smaller. In the end, he completely stopped moving. The lotus sword had shattered his sea of consciousness. They're dead. Chu Xian, Zhuoshang, Ling Yi. It seems that only about 100 breaths have passed since he killed those 3 people. This guy with such heavy injuries actually killed those 3 traitors so quickly. Seeing the scene in front of them, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were dumbfounded. Good kill. Tu Bei roared. He was happy and sad at the same time with an indescribable emotion. In the distance, the leader of the Burning Sun sect and the others stared straight at Lin Tian. Such a young man. How many in the world could there be? Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood. Using the spirit sword to support his body, he squatted down, using his true essence to kill 3 sea of consciousness cultivators in a row with a heavily injured body. His injuries had become more serious than before. Even his vision had become blurry. However, even so, his face revealed a smile. He looked at an old drunkard, not far away. Old man, I've taken care of this. An old drunkard laughed heartily. A drop of wine floated out from his gourd and was directly flicked into Lin Tian's mouth. Kid, this thing is very precious. You've wasted 2 drops today. An old drunkard turned around and looked in the direction of the burning sun sect's elder, Luo Yu. The disciple has done the disciple's job. Now, as the master, it's up to you to clear the field. An old drunkard had a smile on his face. He stepped forward step by step in the direction of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's Yijingxing. Li Chang Feng Yu, clang. The sound of a sword rang out. Yijingshang was directly sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. An old drunkard's face didn't have the slightest killing intent. From start to finish, he maintained a faint smile. When you were in the Imperial City, you tried to kill him. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but I didn't think that you would kill your way to the Burning Sun sect, repeatedly attacking other people's disciples. Have you ever thought that your master would be angry? Yi Jingshang stood up, his face extremely ugly. You, clang. Another ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out. Everyone only heard the sound and didn't see an old drunkard swing his sword. However, Yi Jingshang was once again sent flying. A large amount of blood splattered in the air, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Such a scene caused even the pupils of the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder to shrink. Yi Jingshang climbed up in a sorry state. There were 2 glaring sword wounds on his chest, and one could even see the shadow of his ribs. You have been deceiving everyone. You haven't been decadent. Yi Jingshang's face was ashen. Bang! Just as Yi Jingshang finished speaking, he was once again sent flying. A clear footprint appeared on his chest. Whether I am decadent or not, what does it have to do with you? An old drunkard indifferently said. While speaking, an old drunkard's steps were very gentle as he approached step by step. Yi Jingshang stood up again, but he didn't dare to speak again. Instead, he retreated step by step until he was behind the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder. Senior. An old drunkard's strength caused Yi Jingshang's heart to tremble. He had been injured twice and sent flying once, but he didn't even see an old drunkard's movements. This chapter does not end. Please turn the page. Did not see clearly. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder nodded. Yi Jingshang was an elder of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. This time, he had come to help the 100 Refinements Workshop. He naturally wouldn't watch Yi Jingshang suffer. Taking a step forward, he looked at an old drunkard and said coldly, "It seems that everyone has underestimated you. However, Junior, don't be too arrogant." An old drunkard still had a smile on his face. He didn't care about the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elders' words at all. The people I want to kill have never been able to live. It was so in the past, now, and in the future. As he spoke, an old drunkard continued, "Get out of my sight. I'll settle the score with your 100 Refinements Workshop later." An old drunkard's voice was very calm, causing the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's expression to turn cold. "Insolent Junior, this old man wants to see how far you, the peerless genius from back then, have grown." As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of weapons that had been shot down earlier trembled again and floated into the air, buzzing. 49 combined slash. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder said in a deep voice. He controlled the 49 weapons and pressed down on an old drunkard. However, in the next moment, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's expression changed because an old drunkard's figure had disappeared. He had silently disappeared from his sight. I said, "Get out of my sight." A voice sounded beside him. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was shocked. He looked to the side and saw that an old drunkard had already appeared beside him. "You slap." An old drunkard slapped the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder with a backhand slap. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was immediately sent flying and crashed into the duty hall. "Lord Elder." The expressions of the 100 Refinements Workshop's powerhouses changed, and they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock as if they had seen a malicious spirit. A single slap had sent a 9th-level Imperial Sky Realm expert flying. This old fellow is so powerful. Lin Tian trembled. Back in the Imperial City, Yu Wushuang had once said that an old drunkard was not much weaker than the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder. But now, it seemed that Yu Wushuang had still underestimated an old drunkard's combat strength. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder and the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder had the same cultivation base. Now, an old drunkard was able to send the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder flying with a single slap. His combat strength had clearly surpassed the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder by a lot. At this moment, the expressions of the Burning Sun sect's members could be said to be extremely excited. That was a good slap. Tu Bei roared. Further away, the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder could not help but cry. The man he had once forced to leave the Burning Sun sect was still as outstanding and monstrous as before after so many years. He felt very gratified. At this moment, only Yi Jingshang's expression was the most unsightly, and his eyes were instantly filled with fear. You! Staring at an old drunkard, Yi Jingshang staggered back. Even the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder could be sent flying with a single slap. How could such a person resist? How could they fight? An old drunkard walked in front of Yi Jingshang and calmly raised the heart-spirit sword. Time flies. After so many years, I finally took in a good disciple. It can be considered the only meaningful thing in my life. I have a lot of expectations for the future. An old drunkard's voice was very lazy. It's just that you old fellows just had to jump out and bully him. To be honest, I'm really not very happy. Yi Jingshang trembled slightly. I just puffed. A head flew up into the air, rolling on the ground for over 100 feet away. An old drunkard turned around and looked at the 100 Refinements Workshop's master and the others. Next, it's your turn. End of chapter. Chapter 262. Reading on mobile phone as an old drunkard looked over. The people of the 100 Refinements Workshop felt a chill run down their spines, and their faces turned pale. Li Changfeng, what are you doing? The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop said. Staring at an old drunkard, the eyes of the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop were filled with fear. One of them could not help but take a step back. Mu Hong, Su Yu, and Yi Jingshang, the 3 Zephyr Realm experts, were killed in the blink of an eye. This made the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop deeply understand the gap between them and an old drunkard. It was too big, a huge gap. In the direction of the Burning Sun sect's duty hall, a majestic spiritual ether spread out, and the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop rushed out. In a flash, he arrived in front of the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop and stared at an old drunkard with a solemn expression. After a pause, the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop said, Li Changfeng, let's leave immediately, and this matter will be over. How about it? The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, who was originally an expert at the 9th level of the Zephyr Realm, had a solemn expression on his face at this moment. You want to leave just like that? Aren't you taking things too simply? An old drunkard narrowed his eyes. As soon as these words came out, the eyelids of the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop twitched. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop said in a deep voice, One of our people has already died at your hands. It should be enough. It's just one person. The price is too small. An old drunkard shook his head. Hearing this, the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop were furious. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop stopped the angry people and said, Your disciple has learned the 100 Refinements secret method of our 100 Refinements Workshop. There is nothing wrong with us coming to the Burning Sun sect to verify it. Now, your disciple is alive and well, but our 100 Refinements workshop has lost an airborne realm expert. What else do you want? Don't go too far. Old man, you have lived for more than 400 years. It's not good to lie like this, right? An old drunkard smiled and said, What kind of place is your 100 Refinements workshop? Even airborne realm experts can't easily break in, let alone steal the supreme 100 Refinements secret method of your 100 Refinements workshop. What are you guys up to? Do you think others won't be able to guess? The expression of the 100 Refinements workshop's grand elder immediately darkened, and expressions of the others also became even more unsightly. What do you want? Said the supreme elder of the 100 Refinements workshop. At this moment, their 100 Refinements workshop could be said to be at an absolute disadvantage when facing the people from the Burning Sun sect. He was unwilling to continue fighting because if they were to continue fighting, their group would definitely be completely annihilated. Once they were all wiped out, the 100 Refinements workshop would suffer a huge blow and might even be destroyed. An old drunkard glanced around, and the smile on his face grew wider. The Burning Sun sect was destroyed by you to such an extent. Isn't it too much to ask for some compensation? An old drunkard smiled and said, All of you are cultivators in the airborne realm, so you all should be quite wealthy. Take it all out. In the distance, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth twitched. This old man. He originally thought that an old drunkard would make a move on the people from the 100 Refinements workshop, but he did not expect that this old man would actually extort a few giants at this time, which made him feel annoyed. However, after thinking about it, he sighed again. This was really in line with an old drunkard's current personality. What? Impossible! Shouted the master of the 100 Refinements workshop. They were the giants of the Burning Sun sect, and the things in the stone rings were very precious. The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements workshop raised his hand and stopped the master of the 100 Refinements workshop. Do as he says. The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements workshop said with a livid face. They were on the chopping block, and there was no room for negotiation now. With that said, the supreme elder of the 100 Refinements workshop waved his hand, and suddenly a large pile of things fell out of the stone ring on the middle finger of his right hand, all of which were extremely precious treasures. Lin Tian looked ahead and saw a familiar kind of pill at a glance. It was the forging spirit pill that the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect had given him, and there were more than 30 of them. Lin Tian was shocked. More than 30 forging spirit pills. This value could be said to be shockingly high. In addition, he also saw some other precious things, such as treasure-level weapons and airborne realm martial arts. At the same time, he also saw a few purple spirit coin cards. Looking at the level of the cards, each card had at least tens of millions of spirit coins. Wow! The disciples of the Burning Sun sect were in an uproar, and many could not help but swallow their saliva. Not only these ordinary disciples, but even the Burning Sun sect master and the others could not help but be slightly moved. The 100 Refinements workshop is really rich. An old drunkard smiled and looked at the master of the 100 Refinements workshop and the others. What about you guys? The owner of the 100 Refinement square clenched his teeth. However, he was also aware of the current situation his group was in. Immediately, he acted like the grand elder of the 100 Refinement square. He shook his hand and threw out some of the items within his stone ring. Then the other two did the same. Enduring the pain in their hearts, they took out all their treasures. Suddenly, the ground was full of dazzling treasures, and all kinds of treasures dazzled the eyes. Is it okay now? The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements workshop said, Of course. An old drunkard smiled. Suddenly, the heart-spirit sword in an old drunkard's hand shook slightly. Uft, uft, uft. 3 bloody lights flashed, and 3 arms flew out diagonally. While still in the air, they were crushed into a bloody pulp. Ah! Miserable cries rang out. The master of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the other 2 elders of the 100 Refinements Workshop each had an arm chopped off. The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop retreated more than 50 feet away. He stared at an old drunkard with a face full of anger. Li Changfeng! You dodged quite quickly, as expected of an expert from the 9th heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm. An old drunkard said. You, the supreme elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, was furious. On the other side, the master of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the other 2 stared at an old drunkard with crazy hatred and killing intent in their eyes. Apart from the supreme elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, every single one of them had an arm severed by the old drunkard. Moreover, the severed arms had all been minced into pieces by the sword energy. Even with spirit pills and miraculous medicines, it was difficult to repair them. An old drunkard smiled faintly. Now you can leave. Such a casual tone made the master of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the others even more furious. I'll fight it out with you. The master of the 100 Refinements Workshop roared furiously. However, in the next moment, his entire body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other 2 elders of the 100 Refinements Workshop originally wanted to attack, but at this moment, they forcefully restrained themselves. Whether it was Yi Jingshang or the current master of the 100 Refinements Workshop, the 2 great experts were injured, but they did not see how an old drunkard attacked. This made them feel powerless. Aren't you leaving? An old drunkard smiled. The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop had an extremely gloomy expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Originally, they were already in a disadvantageous position. Now, the master of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the other 2 had lost an arm each, so their combat strength was even weaker. If they did not leave now, he was afraid that an old drunkard would change his mind and that the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect would force them to stay. By the way, leave behind all the weapons you took out when you used the 100 Refinements secret technique. Don't take them away. An old drunkard's voice sounded again. The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop trembled. He clenched his fists tightly and led the master of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the other 2 elders away. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the Burning Sun sect and actually left all their weapons on the Burning Sun sect's mountain. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them disappeared into the distant sky. This they left. No, they escaped. Some of the Burning Sun sect's disciples muttered to themselves. Then the crowd stared at an old drunkard, and their eyes all flickered. At this time, there was only one word in the minds of the Burning Sun sect's people: powerful. In the distance, even Lin Tian was stunned. He was speechless that an old drunkard had only extorted a few of the 100 Refinements Workshop's big shots. But he did not expect that an old drunkard would cut off the master of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the other 2 elders' arms in the blink of an eye. This really surprised him. By the time he came back to his senses, the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop had already left the Burning Sun sect. Senior brother, the master of the Burning Sun sect, was extremely excited and quickly rushed toward an old drunkard. An old drunkard smiled and pointed at the pile of treasures on the ground. Take them. They should be useful to the sect. The master of the Burning Sun sect nodded and did not hesitate to take all the treasures on the ground. Hey, leave some money for me, an old drunkard shouted. At this time, Luo Yu, Yang Xiu, Zhao Hua, Tu Ming, and several elders came over. After not seeing each other for so many years, these elders of the Burning Sun sect missed an old drunkard very much. Old Tu, you look like you're in a mess. An old drunkard looked at Tu Bei and said, it had to be said that among the 6 giants of the Burning Sun sect, Tu Bei was the most seriously injured. His body was covered in blood, and he could not even walk steadily. Be *starred. I just blocked a few attacks for your disciple. Tu Ming cursed loudly. Such words immediately made all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect in the distance dumbfounded. Their sect's elder in the airborne realm actually called them father. An old drunkard was stunned. He glanced at Lin Tian not far away and smiled. Thank you. Changfeng. An old voice sounded. The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect stood in the distance. He opened his mouth, but didn't seem to know what to say next. An old drunkard, whose back was facing the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect, trembled slightly for the first time. Brother, since you left, Master has been blaming himself for all these years. The Burning Sun sect master whispered. An old drunkard tilted his head and looked at Lin Tian not far away. Don't look. Your precious disciple won't die. Tu Bei said. Lin Tian supported his body with his spirit sword and said, Let's talk to the Supreme Elder. An old drunkard turned around and walked toward the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian couldn't see an old drunkard's expression clearly. He only saw an old drunkard follow behind the Supreme Elder and walk in a certain direction behind the Burning Sun sect's mountain. He pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled. Enduring the pain, he stood up with the support of his spirit sword. Lin Tian, how do you feel? The Burning Sun sect master came forward. Thank you for your concern, sect master. I'm fine, nothing serious. Lin Tiandao. Then he took a step back and solemnly bowed to the Burning Sun sect master and the 4 elders. For Lin Tianyi, several seniors have been injured. At the same time, they have also brought so much trouble to the sect. I'm really sorry, but I'm also very grateful. The Burning Sun sect master shook his head and looked at the back of the Burning Sun sect's mountain. We should thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to see senior brother again in this life. The Burning Sun sect master said. Chapter 263. Reading on a mobile phone. The Burning Sun sect leader and the others looked at the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect. Some were smiling, some were sighing, but in general, the 5 big shots were very happy. Please search Pin and Book Yen. Come to see the most complete, a novel. Lin Tian saw their expressions and couldn't help but smile. An old drunkard was really popular. Right, sect leader, Senior Pu, and the others, Lin Tiandao. In the distance, Pu En and the other deacons were lying on the ground. He didn't know what happened to them. He walked towards Pu En and the others and carefully checked their injuries. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Although these people were seriously injured, fortunately, their lives weren't in danger. They had just fainted. Don't worry, we'll take care of them immediately. The Burning Sun sect leader smiled. Seeing Lin Tian's action, the Burning Sun sect leader and the other 4 elders couldn't help but nod inwardly. The first thing to worry about after a battle was to worry about the people who helped you. Although this action was small, it was enough to see a person's character. As the Burning Sun sect leader's words fell, the other deacons came forward. Under Elder Luo Yu's instructions, they carefully helped Pu En and the other injured deacons up and walked towards the Pill Treasure Hall. The Pill Treasure Hall wasn't just the place where the Burning Sun sect's disciples received pills. Some of the injured deacons would also go there to recuperate. Are your injuries really okay? The Burning Sun sect leader asked. I'm fine. Lin Tiandao. That's good. The Burning Sun sect leader nodded. At this time, the Burning Sun sect's disciples in the distance looked over. Many of them stared at Lin Tian with worship on their faces, relying on his sea of consciousness realm cultivation to contend against a flight manipulation realm expert and survive. In the end, he even killed Ling Yi and the other 2 with a severely injured body. This caused the Burning Sun sect's disciples to feel reverence from the bottom of their hearts. As expected of Senior Li's disciple, too monstrous, someone murmured. For a moment, many of the disciples of the Burning Sun sect stood quietly in place. They were all stunned and did not know what to do. In the end, it was the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect who spoke causing the crowd to disperse. Lin Tian, you should go back and rest too, the Burning Sun sect master said. Although Lin Tian claimed that she was fine, the Burning Sun sect leader knew that Lin Tian's current condition was not optimistic. All right, Lin Tian nodded. To be honest, his current condition was indeed not very good. Despite an old drunkard injecting a drop of spirit wine into his body, it was impossible to heal his injuries in an instant. After all, he took a hit from an airborne realm fighter head-on. Although Mu Hong hadn't used his full strength at that time, the power of that palm was still very terrifying. If it were an ordinary cultivator at the fourth heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness, they would already be in the underworld. After bowing slightly to the Burning Sun sect leader and the others, Lin Tian walked back to his residence. Looking at Lin Tian's figure, the Burning Sun sect leader and the other 4 big shots all smiled. Next, clean up the mess, the Burning Sun sect leader said. Looking around, the Burning Sun sect's main hall in front of them was severely damaged, and cracks were everywhere on the ground. Tu Bei said, the main thing is still the mountain shielding formation. When the mountain shielding formation was mentioned, Tu Bei's face did not look very good. The damage to the formation was related to Ling Yi, and Ling Yi was a disciple that he had carefully taught for more than a year. Don't think too much about it. It's not your fault. Elder Luo Yu said. The Burning Sun sect leader looked at Yang Xiu and said, I'll have to trouble Elder Yang with this matter. Please ask a 6th level array manipulator to come back and help repair the formation core. When saying this, the Burning Sun sect leader looked a little serious because the mountain shielding formation was indeed very important. It was an important component of the sect's strength. Okay, I'll leave immediately, Yang Xiu said. Yang Xiu also suffered some injuries, but they were not too serious. After saying this, he immediately flew out of the Burning Sun sect. The Burning Sun sect leader looked at the back of the mountain. I wonder how Senior Brother and Master's conversation went. Shaking his head, the Burning Sun sect leader, Tu Bei, and the other 2 elders all moved. The damage to the sect was not light, and they had a lot of things to do. When Lin Tian returned to his residence, the sky was slightly dark. He did not do anything else, but spread out the 3 spirit gathering runes, and immediately began to circulate the 4 extreme scripture. He slowly recuperated from his injuries. An old drunkard injected a drop of spirit wine into his body. After circulating the 4 extreme scripture, the effects immediately improved, and the pain in his chest rapidly lessened. Wang, a faint silver light intertwined around his body, brightening the dim room by a lot. The spirit gathering runes attracted a lot of heaven and earth spirit chi. Under such rich heaven and earth spirit chi, he felt very comfortable, and the circulation of the 4 extreme scripture was also very smooth. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. At this time, his originally pale face became slightly rosy, and his essence, energy, and spirit had clearly improved. After another hour, Lin Tian circulated the 4 extreme scripture and completely refined the spirit wine in his body. His injuries were almost healed by more than half. At this time, he did not get up, but continued to circulate the 4 extreme scripture. In his mind, he recalled the scene when he fought against Mu Hong, and in his sea of consciousness, he repeated it over and over again. Wang. Gradually, the light on his body became more intense, and the aura outside his body became stronger. The sky was already filled with stars, and strands of starlight fell toward his residence. Lin Tian silently circulated the 4 extreme scripture in his room, and from time to time, the sound of thunder rumbling could be heard from his body. In this way, the night quickly passed. In the morning, Lin Tian opened his eyes and stood up. After clenching his hands, he felt that his strength had become a bit stronger, and his essence, energy, and spirit had also improved considerably. 2 beams of light flashed in his eyes. He had to admit that the increase in his strength was inextricably linked to the battle with Mu-Hong, who was in the airborne realm. "Yo, you're in good shape." A voice was heard. The door was pushed open without him noticing. Lin Tian looked up and saw an old drunkard leaning against the door. Lin Tian glanced at him and then sat down. "Hey, aren't you going to invite your dear master in?" An old drunkard rolled his eyes. "It's not like you don't have legs." Lin Tian Ondao, looking at an old drunkard who seemed to be having a good chat with the Supreme Elder. "You're not cute at all," the old drunkard said as he kicked the door shut. Only then did he slowly move in. Lin Tian looked an old drunkard up and down. With a handsome face, shoulder-length hair, and a white robe, he looked to be at most 30 years old. "I'm really not used to your outfit." "Kid, you're jealous of me." An old drunkard put his arm around Lin Tian's neck and laughed. Lin Tian was speechless. This old guy was not serious at all. "Speaking of which, what's your cultivation level now? Even the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop is no match for you." Lin Tian's expression became more serious. He tilted his head and looked at an old drunkard. "Don't tell me you've reached the immortal realm? Who knows?" An old drunkard laughed and looked at Lin Tian Ondao. "You, on the other hand, have come up with something interesting." "What interesting thing?" Lin Tianwei was stunned. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes and said, "A white lotus floating between my eyebrows." Hearing an old drunkard's words, Lin Tian's expression froze. He said, "I was just about to ask you. White lotuses suddenly appeared in my sea of consciousness. What's going on?" Although the white lotuses in the sea of consciousness were very powerful, Lin Tian still did not know much about them. He really wanted to understand. Things that appeared in the sea of consciousness. As expected, an old drunkard laughed. Lin Tianwei was a little unhappy. "Don't keep me in suspense. Be straightforward. Hey, kid, be more polite to your dear master." An old drunkard removed his hand from Lin Tian's neck and sat opposite Lin Tian. Then he said, "Generally speaking, there can't be anything in a cultivator's sea of consciousness. At most, when one's cultivation reaches the immortal realm, one can put some weapons in it. That's nothing. However, in the long path of cultivation, there are very few geniuses who, either because of an epiphany, some kind of fortuitous encounter, or because of innate talent, will gradually produce something special in their sea of consciousness. For example, lightning, fire, or even the sun, moon, and stars. This phenomenon is called a sea of consciousness anomaly." After that, an old drunkard grabbed the gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Lin Tianwei was stunned. "A sea of consciousness anomaly?" An old drunkard nodded. "Very few people can comprehend a sea of consciousness anomaly. It can be said to be 1 in 10,000. Once one can comprehend and control a sea of consciousness anomaly, one's combat strength will definitely increase greatly. Some extremely powerful sea of consciousness anomaly can even allow a cultivator to cross 8 small realms to fight." "Cross 8 small realms to fight? That's too exaggerated." Lin Tianyi was shocked. He thought that his strength was not bad, but now he could only cross 3 small realms to fight. However, an old drunkard said that there was someone who could cross 8 small realms to fight with a sea of consciousness anomaly. This was simply, it could only be described as heaven-defying. In his opinion, this was simply impossible. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes and said, "If you believe it, it's true. If you don't, it's not true. Speak human language." Lin Tian was displeased. "An old drunkard. In short, it's just a legend. I'm not sure." After a pause, an old drunkard asked, "Speaking of which, kid, what are the effects of those white lotuses in your sea of consciousness?" Lin Tian nodded and briefly explained the effects of the white lotuses. An old drunkard thought for a moment and said, "Without a doubt, this is indeed a sea of consciousness anomaly. As for the effects, I don't think it's as simple as attacking the sea of consciousness and the nerves of the brain. According to what you said, I guess this thing can attack even the soul. It's simply the nemesis of those things that exist in the form of spiritual bodies. Spiritual bodies? What's that? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. For example, Yin spirits, malicious ghosts, or pure divine sense bodies. An old drunkard said, Yin spirits? Malicious ghosts? Lin Tian was surprised. Do such things really exist? Lin Tian was not surprised by pure divine sense bodies, because he had seen them in Fengjian City. At that time, the Violet Fairy left a strand of divine sense in his body, which later turned into pure divine sense bodies. However, he was a little curious about the so-called Yin spirits and malicious ghosts. They seemed to be just folklore. Chapter 264. Lin Tianwei asked suspiciously, Demon Burial Valley? For Gates' trial? He was a little surprised to hear those words. Full text to read, he looked at an old drunkard and saw that an old drunkard was staring out of the window as if he was thinking about something. Old man! Lin Tian shouted. An old drunkard coughed and said, Let's talk about the Demon Burial Valley first. It's located in the center of the first heaven. It's said that it was a chaotic battlefield in ancient times, and it's also a place where demons were sealed. Since it's the ruins of an ancient battlefield, it's obvious that there are countless opportunities inside. Whether it's treasures, elixirs, powerful weapons, or ancient martial arts techniques, all of these can be found in the Demon Burial Valley. Then wouldn't the Demon Burial Valley be crowded every day? Lin Tianyi was shocked. An old drunkard slapped Lin Tianyi. You didn't listen to me carefully. Didn't I say that the Demon Burial Valley will only open in about half a month? In other words, the Demon Burial Valley is usually closed. The old drunkard paused for a moment before he continued. You can't say that it's closed, but it's very difficult to enter. Lin Tian frowned. What do you mean? An old drunkard said, The Demon Burial Valley is surrounded by fog all year round. Even experts in the flight realm can't break through the fog and enter. It's only at a certain time every year that the thick fog will disperse and an opening to the Demon Burial Valley will appear. This opening will last for 2 months. Lin Tian nodded. So that's how it is. What about the Four Gates trial? He asked. An old drunkard said, The Demon Burial Valley opens for 2 months every year. During this time, the four sects will let their outstanding disciples enter to train and improve themselves. This is the so-called Four Gates trial. Of course, when the Demon Burial Valley opens, it won't be just the disciples of the four great sects who will enter. In this world, other cultivators will enter as well. For example, some of the young elites of the array manipulation sect and some other powerful rogue cultivators. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. So you're saying that a lot of people will die in these 2 months every year. That's inevitable. An old drunkard smiled faintly. It's normal to fight and die in a ruin like that, which is full of opportunities and treasures. Apart from that, the Demon Burial Valley itself can be said to be a dark place. There are powerful and ferocious demonic beasts everywhere. If you're not careful, you'll become the demonic beast's food. An old drunkard paused for a moment before he continued. Furthermore, as I've said before, the Demon Burial Valley is the ruins of a battlefield. There are many Yin spirits there, and it's very strange. At the same time, there are also ferocious ghosts. Even the weakest of them is comparable to an airborne realm expert. It's very difficult to deal with them with normal means. Lin Tian frowned slightly. So it's really a dangerous place. What are you afraid of? An old drunkard put his arm around Lin Tian's neck and said, Don't you have that white lotus vision? I'm sure that if you encounter any Yin spirits or ordinary ferocious ghosts, you'll charge forward. Those white lotuses in your sea of consciousness are definitely the bane of all Yin spirits and ferocious ghosts. You'll torture them when you see them. Are you sure? Lin Tian was a little skeptical. Don't doubt it. As your master, I won't harm you. An old drunkard rolled his eyes and said, There's about half a month before the Demon Burial Valley opens. In this half a month, you'd better familiarize yourself with those white lotuses in your sea of consciousness. Hee, I'm sure that this time, you'll definitely be the biggest winner among all who enter the Demon Burial Valley. Lin Tian was a little speechless. There was only half a month. How could he just cultivate the white lotuses in his sea of consciousness? He looked at an old drunkard and said, "Forget it. I've already familiarized myself with the white lotuses in my sea of consciousness. Now that there's only half a month left, I plan to cultivate the white lotus sword technique during this time to improve my combat strength." Training in the white lotus sword codex was originally his decision, as the Azure Thunder sword technique was no longer considered too powerful. After all, the powerful disciples of several sects and clans all had airborne realm martial arts techniques, which were all more powerful than the Azure Thunder sword technique. If he didn't have such martial arts techniques, it would have been fine. But since he did, he naturally had to cultivate it. You know the White Lotus sword technique? An old drunkard was a little surprised. Yes, I got it from the stone wall in the Valley of the Harp. The white lotuses in my sea of consciousness were also condensed at that time. Lin Tian said. Hearing this, an old drunkard immediately laughed. This scene is really similar. An old drunkard's disciple indeed. After laughing for a while, an old drunkard stopped and said, "Although the white lotus sword technique is very powerful, it is ultimately more suitable for women to cultivate. Well, how about this? I'll teach you another airborne realm sword technique." Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at an old drunkard. An old drunkard drank a mouthful of wine and said, "When you were in the Imperial City, you once refined a fire crystal, and your spiritual qi contained the power of fire. It is very suitable for the Burning Sun sect's 9 styles of the Burning Sun." With that, an old drunkard stood up and said with a smile, "Let's go, kid. There's still 15 days before the Demon Burial Valley opens. I'll personally guide you in cultivation." Really? Lin Tianyi was surprised. An old drunkard was very powerful. It was definitely a good thing for such a strong person to personally guide him in cultivation. This could be seen from Ling Yi. Back then, 2MO had also personally guided Ling Yi in cultivation. In the end, Ling Ye's strength had increased by a large margin in just a few days. An old drunkard rolled his eyes. "Demon Ceiling Gorge, let's go." With that, an old drunkard walked out of the room. Lin Tian directly followed him and walked towards the Demon Ceiling Gorge. "Senior Li Changfeng. And that Lin Tian. I never thought that Lin Tian would be Senior Li Changfeng's disciple. Yeah, no wonder he's so strong." On the Demon Ceiling Gorge, seeing an old drunkard and Lin Tianyi walking, the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were all shocked. Lin Tian was already used to being talked about. An old drunkard was obviously even more used to it. The two of them jumped down the Demon Ceiling Gorge. Not long after, they arrived in a forest 13,000 feet away from the Demon Ceiling Gorge. In this place, the light was very weak and dim. The air was filled with an extremely shocking demonic aura, causing people to feel somewhat depressed. Lin Tian glanced around and found that there were many demonic beasts in the vicinity. Moreover, the weakest among them was a Class 7 demonic beast. He even saw a few Class 9 demonic beasts. His heart couldn't help but tighten. A Class 9 demonic beast was an existence comparable to an expert at the 7th heavenly layer of the Sea of Knowledge. It would be very dangerous for him to face a Class 9 demonic beast. "It'll be good for you to get used to this oppressive atmosphere," an old drunkard said. Lin Tian nodded and fixed his gaze on an old drunkard. "Got it. Let's begin." An old drunkard picked up a branch from the ground. "When we were in the Imperial City, I found that you cultivated a very powerful protective technique. It's stronger than any of the techniques of the 4 great sections. Therefore, I won't teach you any techniques. I'll only teach you the 9 forms of the Burning Sun, sword technique, of the airborne realm. An old drunkard said as he lifted the branch in his hand and gently chopped down. The first sword combined slash. Spiritual essence flows through the arm and condenses into a line through the sword. Condense the spiritual essence into a sharp blade. At the same time, it also has the power of vibration. An old drunkard gave Lin Tian a detailed explanation of how to circulate spiritual essence as he made the first sword strike. Lin Tianyi listened to an old drunkard's explanation of the essence of the sword technique as he carefully observed an old drunkard's movements. His eyes flashed with light from time to time, and he felt that he had comprehended the first sword strike in an instant. This made his heart skip a beat. He thought to himself that it was indeed different to have a master teaching him. Teaching martial arts in such a way was indeed much faster than training on his own. Clang! 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 The sound of swords was heard in the shrubs, and the air became scorching hot. There were many monsters around, but at this moment they were all frightened when they heard the sound of swords. As such, all the monsters around the shrubs fled in the blink of an eye, and the demonic aura in the air suddenly became much weaker. An old drunkard held an ordinary branch in his hand, but at this moment it seemed to be a terrifying weapon. As an old drunkard moved, the air in the direction of the branch trembled. After that, an old drunkard performed the second sword strike all the way to the sixth sword strike, causing the temperature in the area to rise. The seventh sword strike, burning abyss. The eighth sword strike, splitting sky. The ninth sword strike, burning Sunday. An old drunkard performed the burning sun swordsmanship as he explained to Lin Tian, performing all 9 sword strikes. An old drunkard spent a total of 4 hours performing the 9 sword strikes because his explanations were very detailed. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled. In just 4 hours, he had memorized all the essentials of the burning sun swordsmanship. At this moment, he felt as if he had been practicing this sword technique for a long time. Lin Tian naturally knew that this was all thanks to an old drunkard. If an old drunkard hadn't explained while practicing, he wouldn't have been able to reach this step in such a short time. The burning sun swordsmanship is just like its name. When you perform this sword technique, the blade will become scorching hot. When you practice the last few sword strikes, the sword radiance will be even more scorching hot. Its attack power is very strong. Among all the martial arts of the 4 big sects, it is only slightly weaker than the 100 refinements technique. An old drunkard said, "You have refined a fire crystal before, so it should be easy for you to practice this sword technique. Its power will also be much stronger than that of ordinary people." After a pause, an old drunkard looked at Lin Tian. "Well, after watching my demonstration, how do you feel now?" "I have memorized the essentials of the sword technique, but I think I can only master the 6th sword strike in half a month." Lin Tian on Dao. An old drunkard gave Lin Tianyi a slap. "This is a martial arts technique of the airborne realm. You are able to master the 6th strike of this sword technique with your cultivation at the 4th firmament of the spiritual sea. This is already very impressive." An old drunkard took a step back as he said, "Now, take out your sword and attack me with the burning sun swordsmanship. I will suppress my power to a certain extent." Lin Tian frowned. "I need to train for a while. Fighting is the best training." An old drunkard said, "Remember, attack with the intention of killing me." Lin Tian thought for a bit and nodded, taking out the heart of spirit from the stone ring. "Here I come, old man." Lin Tian waved his right hand and attacked like a phantom. The blade of the heart of spirit buzzed, and the blade was shrouded in a layer of scorching flames in an instant. It was the first strike of the burning sun swordsmanship, combined slash. The first strike was actually able to ignite the sword. The old drunkard was slightly startled. Soon after, he laughed out loud. It seems that the effect of the fire crystal is not bad. Chapter 265. Reading on the mobile phone-in, Old Drunkard. was surprised that Lin Tian could make the sword burn with flames when he executed the first move of the 9 styles of the burning sun. At the same time, an old drunkard was also surprised that Lin Tian could execute the move in such a short time. Although he had taught Lin Tian by example, an old drunkard's comprehension speed was truly monstrous. Not bad. An old drunkard smiled. Lin Tianyi smiled, and the inner spirit sword burned even more fiercely. With a slash, the flaming sword chi that filled the sky was instantly dispersed. For a time, the sound of metal clanging could be heard in the forest. At the same time, in the 100 Refinements workshop, a furious roar resounded throughout the 100 Refinements workshop, causing all the disciples to tremble in fear. The owner of the 100 Refinements workshop and the others returned to the 100 Refinements workshop from the Burning Sun sect. Apart from the Supreme Elder who was unscathed, the owner of the 100 Refinements workshop and the others had lost an arm. One could imagine the anger and hatred in their hearts. At this moment, a group of people gathered in a large hall. Only the Supreme Elder who had stayed behind in the 100 Refinements workshop was unscathed. He stared at the owner of the 100 Refinements workshop and the others with a shocked expression. The Supreme Elder's expression was solemn. "It's really that Li Changfeng." The owner of the 100 Refinements workshop gritted his teeth and his face was filled with killing intent. Like the owner of the 100 Refinements workshop, the other 2 Supreme Elders' faces were ashen and their eyes were bloodshot. They had gone to the Burning Sun sect to ask for Mu Hong, but they did not expect an old drunkard to suddenly appear. Not only did Mu Hong die, but the 3 of them also lost an arm each. Even the treasures and elixirs that they had collected over the years were all gone. At this moment, a loud sound was heard from the depths of the hall. It sounded like the beating of a drum. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop said coldly, "Let's ignore Li Changfeng for now. The Demon Burial Valley will open in half a month. Li Changfeng will definitely let his disciples enter the Demon Burial Valley to train. In this half a month, do your best to raise the combat power of a few core disciples. We must capture him alive in the Demon Burial Valley. As long as we obtain the complete 100 Refinements secret technique, the strength of our 100 Refinements workshop will increase by 1,000 times. At that time, we will kill Li Changfeng." The owner of the 100 Refinements district and the others gritted their teeth. Their eyes were filled with cold light. On the other side, in the 7 Profound Pavilion, Yi Jingshang was killed by the Burning Sun sect. The 7 Profound Pavilion Master's expression changed. "Damn it! When did he go to the Burning Sun sect? And that Li Changfeng, that man actually returned to the Burning Sun sect? Pavilion Master, what should we do?" Someone said with a sullen expression. "Let's get to the bottom of this before we decide what to do," the 7 Profound Pavilion Master said. Beside him, another person said, "Pavilion Master, the Demon Burial Valley will open in half a month." "I know. Tell the disciples to prepare well, especially the core disciples." Looking outside, the 7 Profound Pavilion Master's expression was very ugly. No matter what, the Zephyr Realm experts were the pillars of the sect. However, one of them had died just like that. This was a huge blow to the 7 Profound Pavilion. However, he could not do anything for the time being because Yi Jingshang had died in the Burning Sun sect at the hands of an old drunkard. As someone from the same generation as an old drunkard, the 7 Profound Pavilion Master was very clear about how terrifying an old drunkard was. Moreover, he could imagine that Yi Jingshang was not in the right in this matter. Otherwise, the Burning Sun sect would not have killed Yi Jingshang without any scruples. Incompetent, the 7 Profound Pavilion Master scolded. With a flick of his sleeve, he walked into the depths of the 7 Profound Pavilion. Almost at the same time, the Valley of the Harp received news that Su Yu had died in the Burning Sun sect. He brought this upon himself. Yu Wushuang shook her head with an indifferent expression. Yu Wushuang naturally understood Su Yu very well. Su Yu had followed the people of the 100 Refinements Square to the Burning Sun sect. She more or less guessed something. It seems that an old drunkard's current strength is unstoppable among the 4 sections. He is indeed as strong as before. Valley Master, which disciples will be sent to the Demon Burial Valley? A voice sounded. Someone walked in. It was also an elder of the Valley of the Harp. Although the Demon Burial Valley is full of opportunities, there are also many dangers. Yu Wushuang looked at the old woman who walked in and said, "Let's follow the previous years and only allow disciples who have reached the Sea of Consciousness realm to enter. This will reduce the casualties." Valley Master's words are reasonable. This old woman also thinks so. After all, those children are still young and cannot wither prematurely. The old woman said, "And then I will trouble Elder Sunday," Yu Wushuang said. Elder Sun smiled and waved her hand, then left. Burning Sun Sect, Demon Sealing Gorge. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and the flaming sword radiance swept across the field, scorching some of the nearby bushes. In the bushes, 2 figures were fighting. One of them was holding a long sword, which was completely covered in flames. The other figure was holding an ordinary dry branch. Normally, when a branch came into contact with flames, it would quickly be burned to ashes. However, this branch kept colliding with the flaming sword, but it was not damaged at all. Clang! 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 The branch and the flaming sword kept colliding with each other, emitting the crisp sound of metal colliding. The 4th sword, Tornado. A cold shout sounded. Suddenly, the wind in the bushes shook violently. Dozens of flaming tornadoes appeared, causing the air to sizzle. "Not bad, very strong." The other person laughed. White Lotus Sword. Suddenly, dense white lotuses appeared in the air. Then, the white lotuses quickly condensed into a large sword, flowing with brilliant light. The 2 figures fighting were naturally Lin Tian and an old drunkard. Since an old drunkard brought Lin Tian to the Demon Sealing Gorge to cultivate, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 days, an old drunkard not only taught Lin Tian the 9 forms of the incinerating sun, but also honed the white lotuses that grew in Lin Tian's knowledge sea. This allowed Lin Tian to have a better control of the white lotuses. At this time, the flaming tornadoes attacked from all directions. The lotus sword in the knowledge sea ignored everything and rushed straight to an old drunkard. An old drunkard smiled and gently swung the branch. With a sizzle, all the flaming tornadoes collapsed. At the same time, the lotus sword seemed to be blocked and bounced back. The 5th sword bursting flames. Lin Tian shouted. As he swung the sword, the heart-spirit sword trembled. The air became scorching hot, and the sky was full of flames. Now, when he used the 9 forms of the incinerating sun, the power of fire in his vital essence was completely mobilized. It was much more powerful than when he merged his fire vital essence into the azure thunder sword technique. It was a qualitative difference. He also finally understood an old drunkard's words. He who had refined the fire crystals was indeed very suitable to cultivate the 9 forms of the incinerating sun good. An old drunkard praised. The 2 figures continued to fight in the bushes. It was not until another 2 hours had passed that they stopped. Lin Tian squatted on the side, panting heavily. In these 10 days, an old drunkard had been suppressing his strength, but it was still very difficult for him to fight with an old drunkard. It felt like an ant trying to shake an elephant. However, although he was very tired these 10 days, he could clearly feel that his strength had increased tremendously. In 10 days, you've cultivated the 5th form of the 9 forms of the incinerating sun. You've also mastered the strange phenomenon in your mind. It's very good. Compared to 10 days ago, your combat strength has at least doubled. After a pause, an old drunkard smiled and said, "I don't think you can learn the 6th to 9th forms in a short time, so there's no need to practice now. Next, I'll pass on the essence of the 10th form to you. Remember it well. Huh? Lin Tianyi was stunned. The 10th form? He remembered that there were only 9 forms of the 9 forms of the incinerating sun. Where did the 10th form come from? An old drunkard grinned. The 9 forms of the incinerating sun indeed only have 9 forms. But I, your master, had nothing to do. So I combined the first 9 forms and created the 10th form. Lin Tian's eyes widened. He created the 10th form of the incinerating sun. Don't waste time. Watch carefully. I'll only show it to you today. As an old drunkard spoke, his entire aura suddenly changed. Lin Tianji saw that an old drunkard seemed to be performing the first form of the 9 forms of the incinerating sun all the way to the 9th form. An old drunkard performed the 9 forms in a cycle, slowly simplifying them. After dozens of breaths, an old drunkard slashed out. Boom! In an instant, the entire demon ceiling gorge seemed to shake. A sea of fire suddenly appeared in the sky. Lin Tian stared at the sky closely. He only felt that the sea of fire was extremely dazzling. The flames seemed to be condensed from the killing sword aura. He could clearly see the sharp killing swords nurtured in the sea of fire. It was as if they were going to pierce the clouds, no, the sky. Staring at this sword, Lin Tian was shocked. Was this really a move of the flight realm? Did you see it clearly? An old drunkard asked. Lin Tian collected his thoughts and took a deep breath before nodding. An old drunkard had taken dozens of breaths to perform that move because an old drunkard had demonstrated it for him 10 times in a row, from slow to fast, before finally performing the move. Having seen it 10 times in a row, he naturally remembered it very clearly. The 10th form. I named it Sea of Fire, but it's just a name, so it doesn't matter. An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian and narrowed his eyes. He said, "This move is indeed very powerful. But kid, even if you learn this move, you must remember not to use it rashly before you reach the flight realm. Spiritual ether won't be able to keep up." Lin Tian Wei was shocked. The restrictions are that great. An old drunkard gave Lin Tianyi another slap. The 9 styles of the burning sun are martial arts of the flight realm. The so-called flight realm martial arts were originally meant for flight realm experts to cultivate. The 10th form of the sword surpasses the previous 9 sword styles. Naturally, the requirements are very high. Do you think you can use it casually? If that were really the case, wouldn't a body-refining cultivator be able to kill a cultivator with the sea of consciousness? Lin Tianyi was stunned. After thinking about it, an old drunkard did make a lot of sense. Chapter 266. Reading on mobile phone. Lin Tian was indeed surprised. Logically speaking, even if an old drunkard was stronger than the supreme elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, it was impossible for him to not feel any vital energy fluctuation. At least, during the battle, some aura would leak out. However, he could not feel an old drunkard's aura at all these days. Pin, book, net. Because an old drunkard squinted his eyes and then laughed. "You're too weak." 3 black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. This old guy. Oh, yes, there's one more thing that I want to mention to you. An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian and said, "The space-time portal from the first heaven to the second heaven is also in the Demon Burial Valley." What? Lin Tianyi was shocked. He did not know where the space-time portal to the second heaven was. He did not expect it to be in the Demon Burial Valley. The space-time portal is located in the deepest part of the Demon Burial Valley. With your current cultivation, don't go there. It's very dangerous. An old drunkard warned. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Could he cross the space-time portal to the second heaven? Seeing Lin Tian's expression, an old drunkard slapped him directly. "Boy, I told you not to go there." Lin Tian was speechless. Was it so obvious? Speaking of which, you said that the portal could be passed by the Sea of Consciousness realm in the past, right? Lin Tian asked. That was before. The old drunkard glanced at Lin Tian. In short, don't think about trying your luck. I personally feel that you should obediently accumulate strength in this heavenly domain, and wait until you're a little stronger before going to the second heavenly domain. Otherwise, you'll just be bullied there. The environment in the second heavenly domain is not as good as the first heavenly domain. You know what the second heaven is like. Lin Tian curled his lips. You're talking as if you've been there before. Brat, how can you talk to your dear master like that? You're becoming less and less cute. An old drunkard gulped down a mouthful of wine and said, What's the saying again? That's right. Even if you haven't eaten pork, haven't you seen a pig run? I, your master, am proficient in both civil and martial arts. I have read all 3,000 ancient books, and I know a lot of things. Lin Tian. All right, the Demon Burial Valley will open in about 5 days. The sect will probably ask you to head out of the Demon Burial Valley 1 or 2 days earlier. An old drunkard said, So, for the next few days, you don't need to practice. You need to conserve your energy and do some proper rest and relaxation. This is also very important for cultivation. Isn't resting for a few days too much? You can't slack off on your cultivation. Lin Tiandao. Remember, everything in the world is the same. When things reach an extreme, they will reverse. An old drunkard said seriously, And to be honest, your cultivation has improved a bit too quickly during this period of time. Don't think about cultivating for the time being. Rest well for the next few days. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Indeed, his cultivation had improved a bit too quickly recently. All right, let's go back. An old drunkard said. Lin Tianwei stared blankly. What about you? An old drunkard laughed and slowly rose into the air. With a whoosh, he shot into the distance, leaving only his laughter echoing in Lin Tian's ears. Your master will continue to travel the mortal world. Oh, right. Help me pass the 10th sword move to the sect. An old drunkard's voice was still lingering in Lin Tian's ears when his figure had already completely disappeared. Lin Tianyi was speechless. This old man was really carefree. Shaking his head, Lin Tian took out the inner soul sword and used the weapon control technique. Soon, he left the demon ceiling valley. After returning to the sect, the first thing he did was to ask a deacon to find the burning sun, sect master. Then he wrote down an old drunkard's self-created 10th sword move in the form of a jade slip and handed it to the burning sun, sect master. He was still unable to practice the 10th sword move. The burning sun, sect master, and several elders were so excited that their eyes almost popped out. The 10th sword move. The 10th sword move. Tu Ming kept rubbing his hands. Several elders took the jade slip from the burning sun sect master as if it was a treasure. They gathered together and studied it seriously. Then, in just a few dozen breaths, several airborne realm powerhouses appeared to be even more excited and could not help but tremble. Luo, you said, with this 10th sword move, I'm afraid it's not inferior to the 100 Refinements secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop. No, it's even stronger. Yang Xiu said. A few days ago, Yang Xiu invited a 6th-tier array manipulator from outside, who had already repaired the heart of the protective formation. At this time, several elders could be said to be extremely excited. By the way, where is senior brother? The Burning Sun sect master asked. Well, Lin Tian was embarrassed and said he went to travel the world. Everyone was speechless. Forget it. That guy finally came back for once and untied the knot in the Supreme Elder's heart. He also left behind the 10th sword move. Let's not worry about him for the time being. Tu Bei waved his hand, which made Lin Tian feel embarrassed for an old drunkard. Hearing this, several other elders also smiled. The Burning Sun sect master looked at Lin Tian and said seriously, By the way, Lin Tian, you know about the Demon Burial Valley and the trials of the 4 gates, right? Yes, master has already mentioned it to me. Lin Tian said. I thought so too. Senior brother should have mentioned it to you. The Burning Sun sect master nodded and said, "In 3 days the sect will send some outstanding disciples to the Demon Burial Valley. This time, Elder Tubei will lead the team. I think you will go to the Demon Burial Valley, right?" Lin Tian nodded. The Demon Burial Valley was a place full of opportunities. Naturally, he would go there. In these 3 days, make some preparations. The Burning Sun sect master smiled. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he took out a small stone ring and said, "There are 34 precious swords in this ring. You have mastered a martial technique similar to the 100 Refinements secret technique, so you should need weapons. Take these 34 precious swords. They should be useful to you." Lin Tianyi was shocked. "This is too precious, sect master." 34 precious swords. After calculating, it would be at least tens of millions of spirit coins. The Burning Sun sect master shook his head and said, "These precious swords were left in the Burning Sun sect by the people of the 100 Refinements workshop. Your master swept them away, so it is normal for him to give them to you. It is not a big deal." Lin Tian hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still took them. Soon he would continue to practice the weapon control technique, so he really needed a batch of precious swords. After this, Lin Tian bid farewell to the Burning Sun sect master and the others, and quickly returned to his residence. After returning to his residence, Lin Tian used his true yuan to break open the stone ring given to him by the Burning Sun sect master, and took out the 34 precious swords. He was immediately shocked. These precious swords shone with a cold light. They were all mid-grade precious swords. This is not just tens of millions of spirit coins. It is at least hundreds of millions of spirit coins. Lin Tian thought to himself. Looking at these precious swords, Lin Tian could not wait to practice the weapon control technique. However, after a pause, he dispelled this idea. After all, an old drunkard told him to rest well for the next few days before leaving. Naturally, there was a reason for that. Therefore, Lin Tian put away these precious swords. Rest, rest. After muttering these words, Lin Tian went to wash up and directly fell on the bed. After lying on the bed and completely relaxing, Lin Tian felt waves of tiredness assaulting him. It was also at this time that Lin Tian realized that he had been subconsciously resisting the tiredness all this time, forcibly suppressing this tiredness. Now that he was completely relaxed, the tiredness that had been accumulating all this time swarmed him, as if wanting to swallow him whole. No wonder that old man repeatedly told me to rest well for the next few days. It turns out that he had already seen through this. Lin Tian was secretly shocked. He thought that if this tiredness that had been accumulating suddenly broke out during a life and death battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, during a life and death battle, even the slightest change in the body could lead to a great tragedy. It seems that I have to be a little more careful in the future. After all, my current cultivation is still not very strong. Lin Tian thought to himself. As he thought of this, he quickly fell asleep. The next day, when the sun rose high in the sky, Lin Tian woke up. After washing up a little, Lin Tian walked out of the house. As if he was idle, he lazily walked around the Burning Sun sect. Vicious Lin is here. Why didn't he go to cultivate today? He's actually taking a stroll? That's strange. Many Burning Sun sect disciples stared at him. In the past few days, when they saw Lin Tian basically ran to the cultivation area or to the Demon's Ceiling Gorge. Now that they saw Lin Tian actually walking around the Burning Sun sect, it really made many people surprised and puzzled. Lin Tian could hear these people's discussion, but he didn't care. He minded his own business and walked around the Burning Sun sect. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he was so leisurely. He stood on top of the Burning Sun sect and looked down the mountain. He saw that the trees at the foot of the mountain were very small, like green grass. Not long after, he walked into a small forest on top of the Burning Sun sect. It was quieter inside, so it made him feel a lot more ethereal. Soon a day passed. In the evening, Lin Tian returned to his residence. He didn't do anything, and directly went to sleep after washing up. In the next 2 days, he still walked around the Burning Sun sect. This was also the first time he really saw the Burning Sun sect, because he had only been to a few places in the Burning Sun sect for a few months. It was also in these 2 days that he saw the other 3 core disciples of the Burning Sun sect. They were about 23 years old, and their cultivation was at the 6th heavenly layer of the Sea of Knowledge. One of them was even about to reach the 7th heavenly layer of the Sea of Knowledge, emitting a very powerful aura. That Ling Yi is the weakest of the 4 core disciples. Lin Tian shook his head and smiled. Then Lin Tian thought about it. In the other 3 sects, the strongest core disciples should also have a cultivation of the 7th heavenly layer of the Sea of Knowledge. After all, they were all part of the 4 great sects. So the strongest core disciples of each sect shouldn't be much weaker than the Burning Sun sect. Especially the 100 Refinements Workshop, the strongest core disciple of this sect, had definitely reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Sea of Knowledge. In the evening, Lin Tian returned to his residence. He opened the stone ring and prepared some martial fusion rune scrolls of the 9 styles of the Burning Sun. After all, he was going to such a place to train. In the words of an old drunkard, although there were many opportunities, there were more dangers than opportunities. Therefore, before going to the Demon Burial Valley, it was necessary to make some preparations. Soon, the darkness dispersed, and 3 days had passed. Dawn! In the morning, a loud and clear bell rang in the Burning Sun Hall, summoning all the outstanding disciples of the Burning Sun sect to gather in front of the Burning Sun Hall. On this day, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect who had reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Divine Range and above would be led by Tu Ming to the Demon Burial Valley to participate in the annual 4 Great Sects training. Chapter 267. Reading with a mobile phone. The Demon Burial Valley was an ancient relic in the First Heaven region. It was a huge and chaotic battlefield. Every year, it would attract countless experts to go there to train themselves. Books, nets, books. Most importantly, there were countless opportunities and precious treasures in the primordial ruins. It could be said that one could find a precious weapon in the Demon Burial Valley, even if they fell down. We can finally enter the Demon Burial Valley. Why are you so excited? Are you ready? It's very dangerous inside. Of course. After we enter, let's work together and divide the things we find equally. Okay. It was the end of spring. The Burning Sun sect was led by Tu Ming, and they were heading towards the Demon Burial Valley at an extremely fast speed. There were about a few hundred people in the sect. This time, there were only about 100 people who could enter the Demon Burial Valley. After all, the Burning Sun sect could not let all of its disciples go to the Demon Burial Valley. In that case, the sect would be empty. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a glint from time to time. He was secretly thinking about what the Demon Burial Valley would be like. Kid, are you looking forward to it? Tu Ming moved closer. Lin Tian did not hide and said, I am indeed looking forward to it. After all, it's such a place. He was a little interested in the opportunities and treasures in the Demon Burial Valley, but what he really cared about was the space-time portal in the depths of the Demon Burial Valley. Through the space-time portal, he could go from the first heaven domain to the second heaven domain. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to enter the second heaven domain. I believe you'll be able to gain a lot in there. Tubei said. The leaders of the Burning Sun sect were very optimistic about Lin Tian. Not only was Lin Tian the disciple of an old drunkard, but Lin Tian's talent was absolutely monstrous. Thank you for your kind words, Elder. Lin Tian, Ondao said. Tu Ming laughed, my ass. Kid, you're so pretentious. The speed of the Burning Sun sect was very fast. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, the group entered an old forest. Gradually, a hazy fog appeared in front of them. The fog was dark gray, and the closer they got to the front, the thicker the fog became. In the end, They could only see things within 5 feet in front of them. "Stop!" Tu Ming shouted. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. Not far away, there was already a crowd of people, densely packed together. Most of them are loose cultivators. Tu Miao said to Lin Tiandao, "Some ordinary rogue cultivators are nothing. However, there are often array manipulators among them. You must be careful of these people. They have many strange tricks up their sleeves." Lin Tian, he blushed with shame. He naturally knew this because he himself was a Tier 4 array manipulator. At this time, the group of people in front of them naturally noticed that someone had arrived, and all of them looked over. That is, it's the Burning Sun sect, more than 100 people, and there's even a Zephyr Realm expert. Sure enough, a big sect is different. If only I could enter a sect to cultivate, that would be great. Stop dreaming. We should think about how to find some treasures in the Demon Burial Valley to improve our strength. The Burning Sun sect is not easy to enter. That's true. Many loose cultivators discussed. Lin Tian looked further ahead and saw that everyone was looking in that direction. However, that place was filled with dense miasma, and it was impossible to see through it. He frowned, and specks of light appeared between his eyebrows. His tyrannical divine sense instantly spread out, rushing toward the thick fog in front of him, wanting to explore the situation. His divine sense was invisible and colorless, and it quickly merged into the fog in front of him. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian suddenly trembled. After his divine sense entered the thick fog, it was silently swallowed by an invisible force. "Kid, you released your divine sense?" Tu Bei noticed Lin Tian's reaction and guessed something. He said in a deep voice, "Don't act recklessly. This fog is very strange. It can swallow all kinds of power, including divine sense and true yuan." Lin Tian nodded, but he was still a little confused. "What is this thing?" "I don't know. This thing has always been there. Just ignore it. After a while, it will disperse and open up a gap," Tu Bei said. Lin Tian nodded and quietly stood in place. At this time, a voice came from not far away. A group of people from the Seven Mysteries Pavilion had arrived. The person in the lead was naturally an airborne realm expert, an elder of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. Behind this airborne realm expert stood 4 youths. Lin Tianyi saw an acquaintance among them. It was Yi Jingshang's disciple, Di Wenhong. Lin Tiantan glanced at Di Wenhong and smiled indifferently. Whoosh! In this old forest, a cold wind blew past, rolling up pieces of withered yellow leaves. Perhaps it was because of the strange fog here, but although this was an old forest, most of the trees were bare. Even if there were leaves, almost all of them were withered and yellow. It was rare to see a few green leaves. Not long after, a group of people from the 100 Refinements workshop arrived. There were about 200 people. Lin Tian looked over there and saw that the person in the lead was an unfamiliar face. His cultivation was in the airborne realm. Seeing this person, Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Not long ago, the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop led 3 elders to the Burning Sun sect. In the end, Mu Hong was killed, and the owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the other 2 elders had an arm cut off by an old drunkard. Thinking about it, those people didn't have the face to come here, and it was impossible for the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop to personally lead the team. Then, this person should be the elder who stayed in the 100 Refinements Workshop before. It's the 100 Refinements Workshop, the sect that is known as the most powerful. So many people have come, and they all look like experts. Nonsense. How many people in the sect aren't powerful? Do you see that purple-clothed young man at the front? His name is Guo Xiaoming. It is said that he is only 20 years old, but he has already reached the 7th level of the Sea of Consciousness. He can control 21 weapons at the same time. He is most likely to be the next owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Is that true? He can reach the 7th level of the Sea of Consciousness at the age of 20. Of course it's true. Many people were discussing. Lin Tian looked over. There was indeed a purple-clothed young man among the people of the 100 Refinements workshop. Staring at this person, Lin Tian frowned slightly. The other party's aura was very powerful. He vaguely felt that the other party's cultivation was not only at the 7th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Suddenly, a burst of fragrance floated in the air. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw a group of women walking over on a small path. These women were all wearing tight white dresses, and all of them had extraordinary temperaments. Led by an old woman, they soon came close. "Valley of the Harp," someone shouted. Compared to the Burning Sun sect, the 100 Refinements workshop, and the 7 Mysteries pavilion, the Valley of the Harp only had 30 people here. Their lineup was not strong. However, at this moment, the disciples of the Valley of the Harp attracted the attention of the majority of the people. There was no other way. The disciples of the Valley of the Harp were all young women with extraordinary beauty. Naturally, they were very eye-catching. Lin Tian looked over and saw Ji Yu at the front of the crowd. On the other side, Ji Yu naturally noticed Lin Tian and waved at Lin Tian. "Humph!" A cold voice sounded, bringing with it a trace of coldness. Among the disciples of the Valley of the Harp, Xin Yan's expression was very ugly. She coldly glanced at Lin Tian and Ji Yu. "The fog has dispersed." Suddenly, such a voice sounded, and the nearby cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. Lin Tian looked ahead, and sure enough, he saw that the thick fog was beginning to swirl, as if a strange tornado was being born within it. Soon, a small hole appeared in front of him. An extremely decayed and ancient aura was emitted from it, causing him to involuntarily feel a chill. Finally, it's open," someone said excitedly. In front of him, the small hole that appeared first slowly became bigger. Soon, it formed a tunnel with a diameter of about 10 feet. Lin Tian looked at the hole, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw that inside the hole was a dark and damp land. He did not know why, but from afar he felt that the land in that space was somewhat dark red. That feeling was as if it was dyed red by blood. Just as this feeling appeared, Lin Tian trembled. "It's really evil," he muttered. "Let's go." Someone shouted. Suddenly, in front of him, the crowd swarmed toward the open tunnel. In the blink of an eye, the open tunnel was blocked by the crowd. Many people used all their strength to squeeze in. The people in front hurry up. "What the hell are you doing?" "Damn it, slow down." The people in front, "Are you King looking at the scenery?" "Get in. Don't block the way." Many people cursed. Lin Tian was somewhat speechless. He silently watched these people scramble. In the other 3 places, the people from the Burning Sun sect, the 7 Mysteries pavilion, and the Valley of the Harp quietly stood in place. Only when all the rogue cultivators had entered did the people from these sects move. They methodically walked toward the Demon Burial Valley. After entering, "Be careful," Tu Ming said to Lin Tian. "I know." Lin Tian nodded. Following behind the people from the Burning Sun sect, Lin Tian walked into the Demon Burial Valley. However, after taking 3 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look not far away. In that place, the elder of the 100 Refinements workshop was staring at Lin Tianling with a smile. When he suddenly saw Lin Tian looking over, his expression changed slightly. It seemed that he did not expect Lin Tian's spiritual sense to be so powerful. Lin Tianling smiled and did not say anything. He turned around and continued to walk toward the Demon Burial Valley. The elder of the 100 Refinements workshop's face suddenly darkened. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Insolence. Soon, Lin Tian stepped into the empty tunnel that appeared in the thick fog and entered the Demon Burial Valley. As far as the eye could see, what entered his field of vision was an extremely vast expanse of land. There were barren mountain ranges, abandoned old forests, and numerous sunken valleys. He even heard the gurgling sound of flowing water coming from afar. Is this the chaotic battlefield of the ancient times? It's like a small world. Chapter 268. Reading on the phone. The sheer size of the Demon Burial Valley surprised Lin Tian. Calling this place a valley didn't feel right to Lin Tian. This place was far too large, and it didn't feel like a valley or a canyon at all. Please search Tastebook YenNet to see the most complete, the Demon Burial Valley. Shaking his head, Lin Tian began to walk forward. Whoosh! Gusts of wind blew through the Demon Burial Valley, making it very cold. Lin Tian stepped onto the damp ground. Looking down, he saw that the soil was the same as it was on the outside. It was a dark red color, and it looked a little creepy. Looking up at the sky, Lin Tian couldn't see anything other than the thick clouds. In short, this place was very stifling. About 15 minutes later, Lin Tian walked a good distance away from the Demon Burial Valley. Not too far away, he could hear the roars of soul beasts. It was also at this time that he stopped and turned around to look behind him. A group of people was quickly approaching him. In the blink of an eye, the group of people came to a stop about 10 meters away from Lin Tian. There were 2 young men leading the group. Of the 2 young men, Lin Tian recognized one of them. It was Mu Hong's disciple, Bai Yunfei. The other person wore gray robes and had a stronger aura than Bai Yunfei. He was clearly a core disciple of the 100 Refinements workshop. Bai Yunfei's face darkened at the sight of Lin Tian standing in front of him. You were waiting for us here. What do you think? Lin Tian replied. An old drunkard's 10 days of training hadn't made any progress in his cultivation, but his soul force and combat prowess had improved significantly. When he first entered the Demon Burial Valley, he could sense several auras following behind him. Thinking back to the sneer of the elder from the 100 Refinements workshop, Bai Yunfei knew what was going on. Bai Yunfei's expression darkened. Insolent beast. Bai Yunfei stared at Lin Tian with a menacing glare. Not too long ago, Bai Yunfei had gone to the Burning Sun sect to ask for a hostage, but he had been defeated by Lin Tian. Not too long after that, his master Mu Hong had died at the hands of Lin Tian's master. This made Bai Yunfei want to kill Lin Tian even more. It seems that you hate me. Lin Tian smiled. Bai Yunfei's eyes were filled with anger. He had been defeated by Lin Tian, and his master had been killed by Lin Tian's master. How could he not hate him? Next to him, the gray-robed youth shook his head and smiled. Oh, Bai Yunfei, you really can't keep your composure. Yuanjua, don't forget. Although your master didn't die, one of his arms was chopped off by his master. Bai Yunfei said. Yuanjua's face sank, but he quickly recovered. It's better than being killed. You. Bai Yunfei looked furious. Lin Tian looked at this scene indifferently and could not help shaking his head. It seemed that the 2 of them did not have a good relationship. He looked at the 2 of them and said, If you want to quarrel, do it in hell later. Don't waste my time. As he spoke, he strode towards the group of people. Yuanjua narrowed his eyes and said, Bai Yunfei, you were right about one thing. You're really arrogant. Suppress him. Bai Yunfei said coldly. In an instant, except for Yuanjua, the several dozen people who came with him rushed out together and pulled out their swords and sabers. More than half of these people were in the sea of consciousness stage. For a moment, the sound of swords and sabers reverberated and a murderous aura rolled up. With a calm expression, Lin Tian walked into the crowd quickly. Facing these several dozen people, he seemed very calm. He swatted away the weapons that were coming at him and sent a person flying with a wave of his hand. As this person was sent flying, he knocked down a group of people behind him. He lifted his leg and sent a person who was close to him flying with a kick. I'll give you a chance. If you leave now, I won't kill you. If you attack me again, don't blame me for being merciless, he said indifferently. Kill. A voice rang out. The several dozen people rushed over, but none of them stopped. These people were not weak. How could they be afraid of fighting? Lin Tian shook his head. What a pity. Clang! A sword sound rang out. In an instant, hundreds of swords appeared. Shocking Wind sword. Puff! 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 Blood splattered as figures fell down one after another. Shocking Wind sword was only one of the moves of the body refining stage. Its power was not very strong, but it also depended on who was using it. Now, Lin Tian, with the cultivation of the fourth sky of consciousness stage, could use this sword move. Its power was naturally very terrifying. He killed 13 people with one move. In an instant, the rest of the people who besieged him were shocked. Although the 13 people who were killed were only in the divine vein stage, it was still very terrifying to be able to do this with one move. Don't panic. Don't forget the Elder's order. Catch them. Bai Yunfei said coldly. Bai Yunfei was a core disciple of the 100 Refinements workshop. His status was very high. Hearing Bai Yunfei's words, the remaining 20 or so people immediately moved again. They all displayed powerful martial techniques, and their vigorous true essence immediately surged. Lin Tian raised the long sword in his hand. Lightning flashed, and he still swung his sword. Puff! 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 Anyone who got close to him, without exception, was beheaded. In an instant, only 11 people were left out of the dozens of cultivators who had rushed over. At this moment, these 11 people's faces were full of horror. They looked at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a monster. With just 2 moves, more than half of them were killed. How terrifying was this combat strength? There was no way to resist at all. Staring at Lin Tian, the 11 people could not help but retreat. The 2 swords had deeply intimidated everyone. Bastards, why are you retreating? Bai Yunfei shouted. But, Senior Bai, someone trembled. Lin Tian's 2 swings of his sword completely destroyed these people's fighting spirit. The 11 people trembled and did not dare to continue fighting. At this moment, Lin Tian raised the long sword in his hand again. I gave you a chance. Lin Tian never showed mercy to his enemies, even if the other party no longer had any fighting spirit. Clang! The light of thunder and fire flickered. 11 sword lights shot out in a straight line and entered the 11 people's throats. In the blink of an eye, except for Bai Yunfei and Yuanjua, the other dozens of people were all killed. I'm very curious. Lin Tian looked at Bai Yunfei and Yuanjua, saying, if your 100 Refinements workshop wants to deal with me, shouldn't you send some experts? For example, your 100 Refinements workshops, Guaxiuming, sending some weak people to their deaths? Could it be that the elders of your 100 Refinements workshop are all idiots with mental problems? When he was still outside the Demon Burial Valley, Lin Tian had seen the people of the 100 Refinements workshop from afar. In this school, Guaxiuming was indeed very strong and could give him pressure. Hearing this, Bai Yunfei and Yuan Zhua's faces darkened. You think that the 2 of us are also weak? Yuan Zhua said coldly. Bai Yunfei also stared coldly at Lin Tian with a cold light in his eyes. Sorry, the 2 of you are indeed not very strong. At most, you are a little stronger than those people earlier. Lin Tian Andao. The moment he said that, Bai Yunfei and Yuan Zhua's faces turned even colder. So arrogant at such a young age. You really need to be taught a lesson. Yuan Zhua took a step forward and his aura changed. His peak 5th heavenly layer cultivation was instantly revealed. I'll let you see how strong I am. Bai Yunfei said in a deep voice, Yuan Zhua, be careful. Although he is arrogant, his strength is indeed very terrifying. Most importantly, he secretly learned my 100 Refinements workshop's 100 Refinements secret technique. He can control 15 treasure swords at the same time. So what? In the end, he just secretly learned it and knows some superficial knowledge. Bai Yunfei, you lost to him once and left a shadow in your heart, right? Yuan Zhua's aura became even stronger. He took another step toward Lin Tian and said coldly, besides, what can you do with your 4th heavenly layer cultivation? Lin Tian, looked at Yuan Jua indifferently. He could not help but want to laugh. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. His feet swayed, and he arrived in front of Yuan Jua in an instant. Yuan Jua's face changed immediately. "You, Pa!" With a resounding slap, Yuan Jua was sent flying. "I can slap you directly." Lin Tian stood in place and looked calmly at Yuan Jua, who was sent flying. "Then, I'll tell you what the so-called strength is." After saying that, his figure swayed again, and he arrived in front of Yuan Jua in an instant. He kicked Yuan Jua's abdomen. The so-called strength is to fight against opponents of a higher level and crush them. With a bang, Yuan Jua was sent flying again. Clang! Behind him, the sound of a sword rang out. Bai Yunfei slashed with his sword. Lin Tian did not even turn his head. Only a white lotus floated out. It floated behind him and entered Bai Yunfei's head. "Ah!" Bai Yunfei screamed immediately. The sword in his hand fell to the ground and his body twitched nonstop. Yuan Jua stood up with a hand on his chest. He looked at the scene in disbelief. What did you do just now?" Just now, he did not see Lin Tian attack Bai Yunfei at all. However, Bai Yunfei suddenly screamed. This scene was so strange that he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. "Do you think I'll tell you?" Lin Tiandao. After saying that, he swung his sword, and the lightning sword went straight for Yuan Jua. Yuan Jua was furious. He moved his body and dodged quickly. "I'll chop off your limbs. I'll bring you to the elders," Yuan Jua said coldly. After saying that, a clanging sound was heard. In an instant, 13 swords appeared and clanged. Almost at the same time, Bai Yunfei came to his senses. His eyes were blood red. He used the 100 refinements technique and called out 13 swords. Each of them was shining with cold-killing light. Clang! Clang! The two of them attacked at the same time, attacking Lin Tian from the left and right. 26 swords vibrated at the same time, sealing off the space in all directions. This scene was really quite frightening. Lin Tian raised the corners of his mouth. With a turn of the heart-spirit sword, he swung it slowly and powerfully. "Tornado!" 2 indifferent words came out. In an instant, with Lin Tian as the center, more than 10 violent tornadoes with flames appeared. The air was hissing. In an instant, they knocked the 26 swords away. At the same time, Lin Tian disappeared from where he was. He flashed through the smoke and dust in the sky. He pierced the sword in his hand directly into Yuan Jua's heart. See, this is real strength. Chapter 269. Reading with a mobile phone. Blood flowed down from his chest. Yuan Jua felt a heart-wrenching pain and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. "You!" Staring at Lin Tian at such a close distance, Yuan Jua's mouth was bleeding and his eyes were dimming. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He pulled out his sword and kicked Yuan Jua away. Yuan Jua struggled for a while, but soon stopped moving. When the heart was pierced, even an expert of the Zephyr stage would die, let alone a cultivator of the Sea of Consciousness stage. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei's face was pale. Seeing Lin Tian looking at him, he could not help but take a few steps back. "You." In just a moment, Yuan Jua, who was at the peak of the 5th celestial layer of the Sea of Consciousness, was killed by Lin Tian. Lin Tian strode forward step by step. Bai Yunfei hurriedly used the 100 refinements. The 13 swords clanged and flew towards Lin Tian. Now that Bai Yunfei had reached the 5th celestial layer of the Sea of Consciousness, his 100 refinements had improved and he could control the weapons of the 13 schools at the same time. "You were no match for me in the past. Now it's even more impossible," Lin Tian said indifferently. With a flash, he used the 4th sword of the incinerating sun and swept away all of Bai Yunfei's weapons. With a bang, he came in front of Bai Yunfei and kicked him away. Blood flowed out of Bai Yunfei's mouth, and his face was extremely ugly. 7 shadows, 1 kill! Bai Yunfei roared. In an instant, 7 shadows appeared around him and surrounded Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked around. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked into the distance. There a figure was running away at an extremely fast speed. It was Bai Yunfei. He smiled coldly and used the yin-yang lion to catch up with Bai Yunfei in an instant. He slashed his sword diagonally. You used this move to kill me in the past. Now, you're using this move to escape. Don't you think it's interesting? Bai Yunfei dodged the sword in a sorry state, and his expression became somewhat stiff. Originally, he had come with Yuan Zhuo to suppress Lin Tian. However, he never expected that Lin Tian had become so terrifying that he could kill Yuan Zhuo with a single strike. Yuan Zhuo was slightly stronger than him, but even Yuan Zhuo was easily killed. If he stayed behind, he would definitely die. Therefore, after he executed the 7 shadows 1 kill, his original body immediately fled. However, he did not expect Lin Tian to stop him instantly. What do you want? Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Yunfei's face seemed somewhat pale. What do I want? What an interesting topic. You came here to deal with me, and now you're asking me what I want. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Suddenly, he moved again, slapping Bai Yunfei across the face. With a bang, Bai Yunfei was pressed to the ground, causing several small cracks to appear on the ground. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Bai Yunfei immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian withdrew his right hand and pointed his sword at Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei did not dare to move at all. Tell me, how does your 100 refinements workshop plan to deal with me? Lin Tian said. He pointed the tip of his sword at Bai Yunfei's chest and said, I suggest that you don't make me wait for too long. Furthermore, don't keep silent. Otherwise, you will know the consequences very well. I'm still rather good at some cruel methods. Bai Yunfei trembled. He stared at the tip of Lin Tian's sword at his chest and immediately revealed a terrified expression. Speak. Lin Tian exerted a little force with his right hand. A trace of blood immediately appeared on Bai Yunfei's chest. The fear in Bai Yunfei's eyes immediately grew stronger. He hurriedly said, Before the opening of the Demon Burial Valley, the school gave us several core disciples a lot of Baodan, which allowed our cultivation to increase greatly. After we entered the Demon Burial Valley, all of us had to capture you at all costs. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Just this. Yes, just this. What's the cultivation of that, Gua Xiaoming? Why didn't the other core disciples come with you? Senior Gua is the strongest person in the school. Now he has already reached the 8th layer of the mindscape. The other person is at the 7th layer. Bai Yunfei trembled. Senior Gua seemed to have discovered something midway and walked in a direction by himself. He thought that if we worked together, we would be able to capture you. What about the other person? Bai Yunfei's expression changed slightly. He seemed to be somewhat hesitant. The other person, Lin Tian exerted force with his right hand. The blood on Bai Yunfei's chest immediately became thicker, frightening Bai Yunfei to fiercely tremble. The other person heard from Di Wenhong of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion that you have person in the Valley of the Harp that you like. I think his name is Jiyu. His cultivation isn't very strong, so he wanted to use that person in the Valley of the Harp to threaten you. He said that directly suppressing you would be too boring, so he wanted to capture someone to threaten you. That would be much more interesting. Bai Yunfei quickly said. Lin Tian's face grew cold. Much more interesting? Senior sure said so. He PCHT. Lin Tian's right hand slammed into Bai Yunfei's chest and crushed his heart with the soul sword. You! Bang! Lin Tian's foot stepped onto Bai Yunfei's face, causing Bai Yunfei's voice to fade away. Withdrawing his foot from Bai Yunfei's face and pulling out the soul sword, Lin Tian looked around the Demon Burial Valley. Ji Yu's current cultivation was indeed not very strong. In the face of a cultivator at the seventh heaven of the Sea of Consciousness, she should not be an opponent. Although he had seen a strong cultivator at the seventh heaven of the Sea of Consciousness in the Zither Valley before, he felt that the people of the Zither Valley would not act together. Moreover, even if they acted together, he was still worried at this time. Ji Yu was one of the most important people to him, after all. Now, where could she be? Taking Yuan Zhue and by Yunfei's stone rings, Lin Tian put away the 20 or so weapons on the ground. Then he flew off in a certain direction. The Demon Burial Valley was shockingly large, and he didn't know where Ji Yu was. But even so, he had to find her. He wanted to be at ease. The air in the Demon Burial Valley was very dark and humid. Lin Tian moved quickly through the valley, and from time to time, he could hear the roar of a soul beast. Roar! A soul beast covered in stone armor leapt out from the ground, its eyes blood-red. Lin Tian's eyebrows furrowed. He had read the catalogue of soul beasts in the celestial realm, so he could recognize most of the soul beasts. But he couldn't name this soul beast. He hadn't seen it in the catalogue before. It didn't take long for him to realize how strong this soul beast was. It was comparable to a fourth-layer mindscape cultivator, and the aura it was exuding was very strong. This ferocious beast roared, clearly treating Lin Tian as its prey. A claw swiped over. "Get out of my way!" Lin Tian wasn't in a good mood. He raised his hand and slashed out a flaming sword, knocking the soul beast to the ground. Without stopping, he left in a flash. His speed was very fast, and soon he had gone around a large area. At this moment, he saw a group of people in front of him. The one leading them was Di Wenhong. Instantly, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and he flashed over. The people following Di Wenhong were all disciples of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion, and there were about 20 of them. Among these 20 over people, there were some who had followed Di Wenhong to the Zither Serene Valley. They immediately recognized Lin Tian, causing their expressions to change. At this time, Di Wenhong also noticed Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, you, bang!" Lin Tian was very fast. In a flash, he was in front of Di Wenhong, and with a punch, Di Wenhong fell into the dust. "Senior Di." "Who is it? You dare to sneak attack our Seven Mysteries Pavilion? You're courting death." Some of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion disciples who didn't know Lin Tian were enraged, and they immediately swarmed over. "Get out of my way," Lin Tian said coldly. The inner spirit sword appeared in his hand, and a sword wind suddenly appeared. Bang! 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 The dozens of Seven Mysteries Pavilion disciples that rushed forward were sent flying, and their faces changed. Di Wenhong fell to the ground, his face ashen. He used his right hand to support himself as he stood up. Lin Tian's face was cold, and he directly kicked Di Wenhong's face. With a bang, Di Wenhong was sent flying more than 40 feet away, and his teeth mixed with blood floated in the air. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. "Senior Di, how could he?" Some people's hearts trembled. There was no doubt about Di Wenhong's strength. He was a core disciple of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion, but now some of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion disciples saw that the powerful Di Wenhong was sent flying twice in a row, as if he didn't have the ability to fight back. In the distance, Di Wenhong's face changed. He could clearly feel that Lin Tian's strength had greatly increased compared to when he was in the Valley of the Harp. In 10 breaths of time, he was first smashed to the ground by Lin Tian's fist, and then sent flying by Lin Tian's kick. Whether it was Lin Tian's speed or strength, it made him feel a sense of fear. "Lin Tian, what are you trying to do?" Di Wenhong said in a low voice. Lin Tian's expression was cold. In a flash, he arrived in front of Di Wenhong. His speed was so fast that Di Wenhong's face was filled with shock. With a bang, Lin Tian's kick landed on Di Wenhong's chest. With a crack, the sound of ribs breaking could be heard. The sword in Lin Tian's hand fell on Di Wenhong's neck. Where did that person from the 100 Refinements workshop go? Di Wenhong trembled. You mean, Pooh? Lin Tianyi raised his long sword and directly cut off one of Di Wenhong's arms. Ah! Di Wenhong screamed, his face twisted into a ball. Not far away, the Seven Mysteries Pavilion disciples saw this scene and suddenly felt a chill down their backs. Their eyes were filled with fear. Di, senior brother Di's hand, some people were shocked. Hearing Di Wenhong's screams, Lin Tian became even more impatient. He once again stomped on Di Wenhong's chest, breaking a few more ribs. Don't play dumb with me. You purposely revealed Ji Yu's matter to that person from the 100 Refinements workshop just to take revenge on me. Speak, where did that person go? Staring at Di Wenhong, Lin Tian's eyes were very cold. He hated being bullied, and he hated it even more when people hurt or threatened his important people. With one of his arms cut off, Di Wenhong felt a heart-wrenching pain. At this time, facing Lin Tian's eyes that were filled with killing intent, he felt his soul tremble. He suddenly regretted mentioning Ji Yu's matter to that person from the 100 Refinements workshop. His lips trembled as he said, Li Yu, that person from the 100 Refinements workshop, went east. I heard that Ji Yu and 2 other Zither Serene Valley disciples are together. It seems that they are heading east. Lin Tian looked in the direction Di Wenhong spoke of. His eyes became incomparably cold, and a chill quickly spread out. Feeling this cold aura, the fear in Di Wenhong's eyes became more and more intense. He said in a trembling voice, I have already told you everything I know. You let go. Pooh. Chapter 270. Reading on a mobile phone. After killing Di Wenhong, Lin Tian didn't stay any longer. He directly stepped on the Yinyang Ho and quickly headed toward the east of the Demon Burial Valley. Only the people of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion were left standing where they were with terrified expressions as they stared at Di Wenhong's corpse. Senior brother was... How could this be? Senior brother has a 5th firmament spiritual sea and is one of the 4 strongest disciples of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. That person is... Someone's heart palpitated. Di Wenhong was clearly a core disciple of the sect with a 5th firmament spiritual sea, but he was killed so easily. Among these people, a few who had seen Lin Tian's ferocious power before were even more terrified and could not help but tremble. In an instant, everyone in the Seven Mysteries Pavilion felt their hearts tremble. Lin Tian was already very far away. His speed was extremely fast, and his eyes were very cold. 100 Refinements workshop Li Yu. With a whoosh, he sped up even more. In the Demon Burial Valley, in front of a dark old forest, 3 women stood together. They were the disciples of the Valley of the Harp. They were Lu Jie, Ji Yu, and Su Qing. Su Qing had broken through to the spiritual sea domain not long ago and had followed along. At this moment, Lu Jie and Su Qing were frowning as they looked at a person in front of them. It was a skinny man dressed in white and holding a folding fan in his hand. At first glance, he looked like a scholar. Li Yu, why are you stopping us? Lu Jie said. Su Qing stared at Li Yu with fear in her eyes. Ji Yu asked softly, Senior Sister Su, who is this Li Yu? He's a core disciple of the 100 Refinements workshop. He's very powerful. Among the cultivators of the same generation in the 4 great sects, he can be ranked in the top 3. Su Qing said, This person is not a good person. Don't be fooled by his gentle appearance. He's actually a beast through and through. He has harmed many women in the past, but because he's powerful, no one dares to do anything to him. The 100 Refinements workshop also doesn't care. Hearing this, Ji Yu immediately frowned. Of course there's a reason for stopping us. Li Yu waved the folding fan in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Then, his gaze landed directly on Ji Yu. His eyes flashed. Not bad indeed. I heard from Di Wenhong that there's a new girl with astonishing beauty in the Valley of the Harp. Her name is Ji Yu, so that must be you, right? Ji Yu frowned. What's the matter? Li Yu waved the folding fan in his hand and stared straight at Ji. He sized him up and nodded repeatedly. Lin Tian of the Burning Sun sect really has good taste. Interesting, interesting. Miss G, this Li would like to ask you to come with me. How should I put it? I want to use you as a hostage to threaten that Lin Tian and then capture him. Well, even though 2 of my junior brothers have joined forces to capture him, I suspect that those 2 won't succeed so easily. How about it? Come with me. When I use you to threaten him, I'm sure you'll find the process very interesting. Li Yu directly stated his intentions. He was calm and unhurried. After a pause, he smiled and said, "In addition, Miss G, you can rest assured that this one has a tender heart for the fairer sex. Although I've heard that Miss G has an intimate relationship with that Lin Tian, this one won't hurt you. I just want to add a bit of fun to the process of capturing that Lin Tian. After all, directly suppressing him would be too boring. On the other hand, when I take you as a hostage, who is very important to him, and then threaten him to do something he doesn't want to do, watching him struggle in pain and seeing his eyes filled with hatred for me, that feeling will be different. It will definitely be very interesting." "What did you say?" Lu Jie and Su Qing's faces were cold and their eyes were filled with anger. Li Yu smiled and looked at Ji Yu, saying, "That's right. After this one has played with that Lin Tian, I'll cut off his limbs. At that time, would Miss G be willing to travel under the moon with this one? Speaking of which, this one has had the pleasure of many young girls, but it's the first time I've seen a girl as beautiful as Miss G. I really have to thank Di Wenhong of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion." Ji Yu's face darkened. He raised his sword and slashed out. With a clang, the White Lotus sword swept out and chopped towards Li Yu. "Your strength is not bad." Li Yu smiled and easily dodged the attack. He stared at Ji Yu again and narrowed his eyes into slits. "It seems that Miss G doesn't quite agree with this one's suggestion. It's really regrettable. Then, this one can only do it myself. I hope that Miss G won't resist." After saying that, Li Yu walked towards Ji Yu. Lu Jie coldly said, "Li Yu, don't act recklessly. Ji Yu is the direct disciple of our Valley Master. If you dare to act recklessly, our Valley Master will not let you off." Lu Jie was very clear about Li Yu's strength. His knowledge, was at the 7th heavenly layer, and he also practiced the 100 Refinements secret technique, which was known as the #1 martial technique of the 4 great sects. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they would not be a match for him. Therefore, they could only reveal this identity, hoping to intimidate Li Yu. Li Yu's footsteps paused. For the first time, he slightly frowned. Di Wenhong, the disciple of the Valley of the Harp's Lord, did not tell me this. After a moment, Li Yu's brows relaxed and a smile reappeared on his face. "Since she is the disciple of the Valley of the Harp's Lord, then there's no other way. It seems that I can only kill the 2 of you first. As for her, after using her to capture that Lin Tian, then what a pity. Such a beautiful woman. I really can't bring myself to kill her." Shaking his head, Li Yu walked towards the 3 of them. Lu Jie and Su Qing's faces suddenly became very ugly, although they knew that Li Yu was very crazy and perverted, and his mind was very twisted and sinister. They did not expect it to be to this extent. After they mentioned that the Lord of the Valley of the Harp was Ji Yu's master, not only did this person not give up, he even wanted to kill them all to silence them. Lu Jie said to Ji Yu, "Little junior sister, you go first. Su Qing and I will stop him." Su Qing also nodded. "Little junior sister, let's go." The 2 of them were not as strong as Ji Yu's cultivation and strength, but they thought that they had entered the Valley of the Harp earlier than Ji Yu. As Ji Yu's senior sisters, since they were senior sisters, they naturally had to act like senior sisters. Most importantly, Ji Yu was the direct disciple of the Valley of the Harp's Lord. He was usually very polite and respectful to them. They all liked Ji Yu very much. Moreover, to Su Qing, Lin Tian had saved her life. At this moment, She naturally had to protect Jiyu. No. Jiyu shook his head. How could he be willing to leave alone? Clap, clap, clap. Li Yu clapped his hands. What a touching camaraderie. However, the three of you don't have to do this because none of you can leave. With a calm smile, Li Yu walked towards the three of them step by step. Ji Yu's face was cold. Beside him, the White Lotus sword swept out. Lu Jie and Su Qing stood on his left and right, each holding a sword and facing Li Yu. Clang! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out. A cold sword rushed over from the distance and landed directly at Li Yu's feet. 10 feet away, a figure appeared. In a few moments, he had arrived in front of the three women. Seeing the newcomer, Jiyu immediately revealed a joyful expression. Lin Tian. Lu Jie and Su Qing looked up. Both were moved. Lin Tian, senior brother Lin. Lu Jie and Su Qing had seen Lin Tian's strength with their own eyes. In the Valley of the Harp, he had suppressed Di Wenhong and Shen Yan, who were at the 5th celestial layer of knowledge C. His battle strength could be said to be extremely shocking. Now that Lin Tian had arrived at this time, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Ji was fine, Lin Tian looked at Lu Jie and Su Qing. Are the two of you okay? We're fine. Lu Jie shook her head. Su Qing pointed at Li Yu and said angrily, Senior brother Lin, that pervert wanted to kidnap Junior's sister to threaten you. After Senior sister, Lu said that Junior sister was the Valley Master's disciple. This pervert wanted to kill us and Junior's sister to silence us. Lin Tian turned around and looked at Li Yu. You're Lin Tian? As I expected, those two people didn't catch you. Li Yu looked at Lin Tian and shook the folding fan in his hand. He shook his head and said, It's not good for you to appear in front of me like this because you've disrupted my rhythm. Now tell me, what should I do? First, directly suppress you. After all, you've already appeared in front of me. Second, after crippling you, I'll take Jiyu away. Then, when you recover and come to me, I'll use Jiyu to threaten you. Which one do you think is better? How about the second one, because it's very interesting. Lin Tian's face was cold as he walked towards Li Yu. I won't choose either of the two. Oh, Li Yu narrowed his eyes. I didn't give you a third. Pa. Lin Tian's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Li Yu in the next moment. He directly slapped Li Yu and sent him flying. Blood floated in the air, along with a striking tooth. Lin Tian pulled out the long sword by his feet, and the blade suddenly burned with blazing flames. I choose to kill you. Behind him, Lu Jie and Su Qing suddenly widened their eyes. So fast, so strong. The two girls knew that Lin Tian was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Li Yu was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea, and his fame had already spread. But now he was sent flying by Lin Tian with a slap and even lost a tooth. This scene really shocked the two girls. Not only the two girls, but even Jiyu was shocked. He became stronger again. Boom! In the distance, a violent surge of true yuan rushed up, and Li Yu stood up from the ground. He reached out to wipe the corner of his mouth, and his hand was stained with dazzling red blood. Li Yu's expression suddenly became gloomy, and 2 cold knives seemed to have appeared in his eyes. You made me bleed. You made me lose a tooth. A cold aura spread out from Li Yu's body, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. Xiao Yu, step back a little, Lin Tian Ondao said. After he finished speaking, he held the long sword in his hand and walked towards Li Yu step by step. As his right hand shook, a loud and clear sword sound reverberated. In an instant, blazing true yuan flames spread from the sword and covered his entire body, causing the air to distort. Ji Yu revealed a shocked expression, and then quickly retreated. This is the Burning Sun sect's strongest martial skill, the 9 styles of the Burning Sun. But I've never seen anyone who can use the 9 styles of the Burning Sun to such an extent. He hasn't even used any sword moves, but he can already spread the true Yuan flames all over his body. This. Lu Jie's heart palpitated. She had seen the scene of the Burning Sun sect's strongest core disciple using the 9 styles of the Burning Sun. But compared to the scene now, it was like heaven and earth. Chapter 271. Reading on a mobile phone. Blazing true core energy flames surrounded Lin Tian's body, and his overbearing aura spread out in waves, shocking the 3 girls. This aura was indeed powerful. Li Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became extremely sinister. I'll cripple you and leave you with one last breath. Boom! An even more powerful true core energy rushed out from Li Yu's body, and the air was vibrating. Lin Tian held his long sword, and in a flash he closed in on Li Yu. Clang! As the sword vibrated, flames filled the sky in an instant. He directly used the first stroke of the Yang incinerating sword. In an instant, dozens of flaming sword chi swept out, trapping Li Yu in a triangular formation. Li Yu waved the folding fan in his hand, and a large amount of sword chi was rolled up, shattering all the flaming sword chi. Then, with a swoosh, Li Yu's speed suddenly increased. In a flash, he was in front of Lin Tian and said coldly, "I'll chop off your right hand. So fast. Be careful." Ji Yu and the other 2 girls were shocked. Li Yu, who was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea, was indeed terrifying. The folding fan in Li Yu's hand let out a sword vibration, and it was terrifyingly sharp. In an instant, it cut Lin Tian's arm. However, in the next moment, Li Yu's expression changed, and so did Lu Jie and the rest, because Li Yu's folding fan directly passed through Lin Tian's arm. Su Qing was shocked. This is an illusion. Clang! The clanging of the sword sounded from the other side. Lin Tian's real body appeared, and the cold sword in his hand cut across Li Yu's neck. This attack was a fatal one, and ordinary people would not be able to avoid it. Li Yu took a step back, and a green sword suddenly appeared in his left hand. He stuck close to the ground and raised it horizontally. Clang! The 2 swords collided, and there was a metallic clang. Li Yu blocked Lin Tian's sword, but he took a few steps back. "Didn't you chop off my right hand?" Lin Tian said. As he finished speaking, he held the long sword in his hand and walked calmly toward Li Yu. "It seems that you're very proud of yourself. You're proud just because you forced me to take a few steps back." Li Yu's eyes suddenly became more sinister. Lin Tian was expressionless as he slashed out with his sword. "Who do you think you are? How can I feel proud of forcing you to retreat?" It was a simple sword strike, but it carried a scorching hot flow of flames, causing the air to distort. Its power was very frightening. Li Yu's expression froze. A few veins bulged on his forehead. "Lin Tian, I will make you suffer all kinds of torture and let you know the terrible consequences of offending me," Li Yu said coldly. After saying that, waves of cold aura rushed out from Li Yu's body, causing the temperature to drop significantly. "Absolute, sort of 9-een. Lin Tian, be careful. Apart from the 100 Refinements secret technique, this is the strongest martial technique in the 100 Refinements workshop," Lu Jie and Su Qing reminded. Li Yu shifted his gaze to Lu Jie and Su Qing. His eyes revealed a lustful and sinister light. "You 2 little bitches, after I suppress this brat, I'll definitely pamper you. Then, I'll slowly torture you to death. Bastard. Damn pervert." Lu Jie and Su Qing were furious and couldn't help but curse. Even Ji Yu frowned. His eyes turned cold. Li Yu's gaze fell on Ji Yu. He grinned. "Miss Ji, don't worry. I'll kill you in the end. After all, it's probably difficult to find another beauty like you in this world." Huh. After a pause, Li Yu suddenly laughed. "Oh, right. Let this Lin Tian watch me kill you with his own eyes. It'll be very interesting." After saying that, Li Yu laughed maniacally. Clang! The sword roared like a divine dragon. The entire space was surrounded by sword momentum. The long sword in Lin Tian's hand trembled. A terrifying killing intent intertwined, causing Lu Jie and Su Qing to tremble violently. The two ladies stared ahead, and suddenly, a terrifying illusion appeared in their minds. Countless corpses and skeletons appeared around Lin Tian. They could clearly see the bloody faces of the corpses struggling in front of them. At this moment, even Li Yu's expression changed slightly. "Looks like you've killed a lot of people." With a swoosh, the sound of air breaking rang out. Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of Li Yu. The long sword in his hand slashed down directly. Poof! Blood floated in the air. A clear sword mark appeared on Li Yu's chest. Even his ribs could be seen. "You!" Bang! Lin Tian's figure appeared behind Li Yu in an instant. With a kick, Li Yu flew more than 7 feet away. Li Yu was still in the air. He coughed out a mouthful of essence blood. At this moment, an even more terrifying sword momentum rushed up. Lin Tian's entire body was surrounded by flames. He was like a fire god descending to the mortal world. With each step, he left behind an illusion. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Li Yu again and punched out. Bang! This punch landed directly on Li Yu's cheek. Blood floated in the air, accompanied by a few teeth. It was clear and glaring. Lin Tian did not stop. With a swing of his long sword, he slashed towards Li Yu again. Seeing that Lin Tian was approaching rapidly, Li Yu let out an angry roar. A cold aura rushed out of his body. In an instant, a dense, blood-red sword radiance appeared beside him. It was chilling and terrifying. With a swoosh, it rushed towards Lin Tian. At the same time, Li Yu steadied himself. With a swing of the folding fan in his hand, he slashed out dozens of arc-shaped sword blades. Lin Tian swung the long sword in his hand. With a swing of the sun-incinerating second sword, everything was shattered. Holding the long sword in his hand, he walked towards Li Yu step by step. There were no emotions on his face. Only his eyes were cold and piercing. Only his murderous intent made one's heart palpitate. "Worm, how dare you look at me like that? How dare you injure me repeatedly?" Li Yu roared. Lin Tian's figure swayed. With a swing of the sun-incinerating third sword, he slashed out a path of flames. It seemed like he was going to cut the space apart. A monkey jumping up and down. His voice was cold. The violent sun-incinerating sword force rushed towards Li Yu. It seemed like it was going to burn the sky. "Kill you! Kill you!" Li Yu roared. The cold sword radiance spread. Li Yu's face became hideous and twisted. However, the sword chi that he slashed out was extremely terrifying. The sword radiance was like extreme ice that annihilated the boundless flames. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and performed the sun-incinerating fourth sword without hesitation. "Worm!" Li Yu roared. The sword radiance became even colder and more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided. The flaming sword radiance and the 9-yin sword collided. One was Yang, and the other was Yin. It was a terrifying scene. Clang! 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 The two figures were very fast. Their long swords collided again and again, sputtering sparks. Such a powerful collision and such a terrifying aura caused quite a few cracks to appear on the surface of the ground. Quite a few boulders were directly shattered during the clash between the two of them, turning into gravel that filled the air. Moreover, at the same time, two powerful quintessential essence fluctuations spread out, causing many of the nearby cultivators to turn pale with fright. They all turned to look in the same direction. What a terrifying aura. Is someone fighting? Who is it? The true essence waves and the sword momentum are too strong. Let's go and take a look. Immediately, many people began to move. Soon, some people came to the periphery of the battle between Lin Tian and Li Yu. When they saw the scene in front of them, their expressions changed. That's Liu of the 100 Refinements Workshop. He's the second most powerful person in the 100 Refinements Workshop. It's said that he's ranked in the top 3 among the 4 major sects. Liu's fierce reputation had spread out in the 100 Refinements Workshop. Many people knew him. At this time, they were naturally very surprised to see Liu fighting with another person. This was because they saw that Liu was seriously injured. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his chest was dyed red. However, Liu's opponent was not injured at all. Then, who is the other person? Is he the one who injured Liu? He seems to be a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. I saw him outside the Demon Burial Valley. A disciple of the Burning Sun sect? There doesn't seem to be such a person among the 4 core disciples of the Burning Sun sect. There doesn't seem to be such a person. He is just an ordinary disciple of the Burning Sun sect? But how can he be so strong that he can fight with Liu? Many people's hearts trembled. At this time, most of the people here were rogue cultivators. Watching the battle between Lin Tian and Liu, they were all shocked. With a roar, Liu swung the sword in his hand again and again, ferociously. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He displayed the 9 styles of the burning sun, causing flames to fill the sky. Clang! His right hand shook. Along with a ray of sword light, a zhang-long flaming sword slashed down from the sky. Liu was at the 7th celestial layer of the knowledge sea. He was very powerful, 3 levels higher than Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian had cultivated with an old drunkard for 10 days. His battle strength, speed, and control of true essence had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, even if he faced an opponent 3 levels higher than him, he still had the strength to fight. Clang! 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 Swords collided with swords. Flames and yin qi clashed again and again. The terrifying aura shocked many of the spectators. Gradually, more and more people came here. Among them were people from the 4 major sections. That is Lin Tian of the Burning Sun sect. His opponent is, my God, Liu of the 100 Refinements Square, that insidious madman. Wait, Liu seems to be injured. This, isn't Liu at the 7th celestial layer of the knowledge sea? And that Lin Tian, it seems to be only at the 4th celestial layer of the knowledge sea, fighting with a gap of 3 levels. Many people stared. For the people of the 4 major sects, Liu is no doubt very terrifying. Not only was his battle strength strong, but his mind was also perverted and insidious. Facing Liu, many people would feel fear, as if they were being watched by a poisonous snake. But now, everyone saw that Liu was injured, and the person who injured Liu was actually 3 minor realms lower than Liu. That Lin Tian, is he really a monster? He can actually do this with a gap of 3 levels? Some people's hearts palpitated. In front, Lin Tian and Liu's battle was incomparably violent. Terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions, causing everyone to be terrified. You looked at Lin Tian's battle, her beautiful eyes flickering. So strong, he's actually so strong. Su Qing was shocked. Lin Tian's arrival made Su Qing and Lu Jie feel more at ease. But the 2 of them were still somewhat worried. After all, Liu was at the 7th celestial layer of the knowledge sea, 3 levels higher than Lin Tian. Lin Tian's defeated opponents, Xin Yan and Di Wenhong, were far from comparable. However, they saw Lin Tian and Liu's battle. In a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian's sword aura was shockingly strong, terrifyingly strong. He actually injured Liu again and again, forcing Liu to retreat again and again. This battle strength was simply heaven-defying. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. On the battlefield, weapons suddenly appeared beside Liu. There were swords, cold blades, and heavy hammers. There were a total of 18 weapons. As the 18 weapons appeared, Liu's eyes became even more vicious. He gloomily stared at Lin Tian. Trash! Watch me chop your limbs into pieces! Lin Tian's eyes were cold. 15 treasured swords instantly rushed out, each emitting a cold light. I'll return those words to you. Chapter 272. The 15 treasured swords clanged and flickered with cold light. Cold sword chi surrounded them. Such a scene immediately shocked most of the onlookers. He's actually able to control over a dozen weapons. He also cultivated the 100 refinements secret technique? How is that possible? He's not from the 100 refinements workshop. What's going on? Originally, when Li Yu used the 100 refinements secret technique, many people's eyes lit up. After all, it was not easy to see an expert from the 100 refinements workshop using the 100 refinements secret technique in battle. However, Lin Tian also took out more than 10 treasured swords at the same time, which directly stunned everyone. Li Yu stared at Lin Tian. As expected, you secretly learned my 100 refinements secret technique. Secretly learned? Lin Tian's expression was very cold. The 15 treasured swords circulated with cold, killing intent. He smiled coldly. With a move of his divine consciousness, the 15 treasured swords immediately charged towards Li Yu. Whoosh! 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 The 15 treasured swords brought about waves of air-piercing sounds. Waves of cold-killing intent caused everyone's hearts to tremble. It's only 15 treasured swords. How can you compete with me? Li Yu laughed loudly. With a wave of the folding fan in his hand, the 18 treasured swords beside Li Yu also vibrated and charged towards Lin Tian's treasured swords. The two sides faced each other. Dozens of weapons collided with each other, constantly emitting ear-piercing, clanging sounds. What kind of battle is this? Looking at the scene in front of them, all the onlookers were moved. Their eyes could not help but flicker. Dozens of weapons collided in their field of vision. That kind of scene was too shocking. Lin Tian used his divine consciousness to control the 15 treasured swords. He carried the supreme treasure, inner spirit sword, and stepped forward. Stepping on the Yin-Yang puppet, he arrived in front of Li Yu in an instant and slashed down. Clang! The flaming sword chi drowned down and enveloped Li Yu. Child's play! Li Yu shouted. With a clang, 3 large swords rushed over from not far away, crushing Lin Tian's flaming sword light and slashing straight at Lin Tian. Li Yu took out 18 weapons, and Lin Tian took out 15. The two collided with each other. Li Yu's 3 additional weapons were aimed at Lin Tian's shot at this time. After all, you've only learned a little. How dare you try to compete with the orthodox? Li Yu said. The 3 sabers twisted and spun as they slashed down, bringing with them streaks of saber light. Even at the pinnacle of cultivation, you can only control 49 weapons. You think you're so great? Lin Tian. His expression remained cold throughout. With a jolt of his inner spirit sword, he unleashed the 4th stroke of the Yang incinerating sword. The scorching flames not only swept out in all directions, but also covered the inner spirit sword, forcibly shattering the 3 large blades. After that, Lin Tian's feet flashed, bringing along a torrential stream of flames as he directly arrived before Li Yu. Li Yu's eyes were vicious. You destroyed my treasured weapon. Next, I'll kill you, Lin Tianling said coldly. The inner spirit sword was a treasure. Not only could it increase his battle strength by 70%, but it was also very hard. Ordinary treasures couldn't compare to it. In his anger, it was easy for him to destroy Li Yu's 3 treasured swords. Now that he had destroyed Li Yu's 3 treasured swords, he stepped in front of Li Yu and punched out. Li Yu also punched out. The 2 fists collided and they both retreated. Clang! 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 Around the 2 of them, the weapons of the 30 sects kept colliding, creating shocking sparks. Within the range of the 30 sects weapons, the 2 of them also charged together, each holding a supreme sword in their hands, constantly slashing at each other. At this time, the true essence, vibrating out of the two, had reached a shocking level. Li Yu's fist landed on Lin Tian's chest, causing Lin Tian to stagger a step back. A mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat. However, almost at the same time, Lin Tian slashed out with the inner spirit sword in his hand without any expression. It left a deep sword mark on Li Yu's arm, almost chopping off his entire arm. Worm. Li Yu's face became a little distorted. His injury was actually more serious than Lin Tian's. 7th level of the spiritual sea. That's all you've got. Trash. Lin Tianling said. Using the yin-yang puppet, he rushed forward like a phantom, once again closing in on Li Yu. The inner spirit sword slashed across. Li Yu's eyes became extremely sinister, and his face became even more distorted. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. He was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea. There was no one in his generation who did not know him. Wherever he went, he would be respected. But now, a person at the 4th level of the spiritual sea, a person he originally wanted to tease, turned around and called him trash. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura rushed out of Li Yu's body. Li Yu's face revealed an extremely ferocious expression, like a wild beast. His eyes were filled with a fierce light, and he grinned sinisterly. I'll slowly torture you to death. Such an expression fell into the eyes of the crowd. Many people felt a chill down their spines and could not help but shudder. Lin Tian was expressionless. Do you know what others think when they see you like this? Scared? Fearful? Perhaps you have all these emotions, but most of them are just disgust. Holding the inner spirit sword, he walked step by step toward Li Yu. In the eyes of others, you're strong, but you're just a powerful clown. What did you say? Li Yu roared. Lin Tianling said coldly, angry out of humiliation. I'm just stating the truth. What do you think you're doing? Is it worth being proud of? Since you're acting like a clown, since you're doing disgusting actions, don't be afraid of others saying you're a good-for-nothing trash. Li Yu's eyes widened in anger. I'm a genius. Genius? When I kill you, you'll recall these words and feel that you're not only a good-for-nothing trash, but also a maggot who only knows how to do all kinds of disgusting things. Lin Tian said. With a clang, the inner spirit sword in his hand completely burned, and he slashed out. That Lin Tiani, what a madman, actually calling that Li Yu a good-for-nothing and a maggot. My God! All around, the eyes of the onlookers stared straight. Li Yu's strength was beyond doubt. He could reach the 7th level of the sea of consciousness in his early 20s. He was definitely a super genius. But now, Lin Tian kept calling him a good-for-nothing, degrading Li Yu to be worthless and humiliating him. This really made the hearts of these people tremble. In the distance, Lu Jie and Su Qing clenched their fists, feeling comfortable. Little junior sister, your future husband is so eloquent. That's right. Hearing Lin Tian's ridicule and humiliation of Li Yu, the two girls only felt that the anger in their chests suddenly dissipated. Ji Yu snickered. She knew Lin Tian very well. Not only was his battle strength very strong, but his words were also very sharp. When facing an enemy, not only would he defeat the opponent in terms of battle strength, but he would also cause a great blow to the opponent's spirit. Ah! Li Yu roared, his face twisted, and his eyes revealed anger. Good for nothing. The cold voice sounded again. Lin Tian closed in on Li Yu and swung his sword again. Lin Tian was very clear that people like Li Yu were often very proud while their minds were twisted. When facing such people, he had to cut a wound on the opponent's pride and then sprinkle salt on it. Li Yu's face was ferocious, and the 9 Yin Extinction sword was pushed to the limit. The violent attacks made people's hearts tremble. At this time, Li Yu was no doubt terrifying, as if he had really turned into a fierce beast. Kill! Li Yu roared, and the violent sword Qi shook the ground until it cracked continuously. With a clang, the sword Qi filled the sky like a tornado and attacked. At the same time, Li Wu's 15 weapons in the surroundings vibrated even more violently. Each sword seemed to have a consciousness, and it was as if they were going to cut the sky into pieces. Lin Tian took a step back, held the sword hilt with both hands, and slashed at the sky. Bursting flames, burning Sun 9 style's 5th sword. Boom! The sky was filled with flames, and the clanging of swords sounded. In an instant, Li Yu's tornado of swords was shattered. Almost at the same time, Lin Tian's glabella shone brightly, and he shouted coldly, 8-7 sword slash! In the void, the 15 treasured swords crisscrossed and instantly divided into 2 rows, each forming a strange formation. Then, in an instant, the sword force of the 15 treasured swords increased greatly, and the glaring sword light was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Slash! Lin Tianlun yelled. He was a rank 4 array manipulator, and relying on the weapons to form some simple combined attack formations was countless times easier than eating and drinking to him. At this moment, the 15 treasured swords formed the simplest Big Dipper formation and octagonal demon subduing formation respectively, increasing the power of the 15 treasured swords by more than 5 times in an instant. Crack! 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 The sound of shattering rang out in an instant, and the last 15 weapons of Li Yu were completely shattered. Such a scene made the onlookers break out in cold sweat. He destroyed all of Li Yu's weapons. He really secretly learned the 100 Refinements secret technique? How can the 100 Refinements secret technique of someone who secretly learned it be more powerful than the orthodox 100 Refinements secret technique? Monster! What a monster! Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Li Yu's expression changed drastically. His weapons were all destroyed in an instant. Bastard! Li Yu roared. Among the 18 treasured swords, the worst was a high-grade spirit weapon. This was a huge fortune. Lin Tian was expressionless, and a light flickered between his eyebrows. I heard the wail of a stray dog. Li Yu was furious. Yu said, clang. The 15 treasured swords crisscrossed and pressed down on Li Yu with the power of the 8-7 sword formation, causing the air to sizzle. The words that Li Yu wanted to spit out were immediately stuffed back into his mouth. The 15 treasured swords pressed down, causing the color to change. Li Yu quickly retreated and continuously used the 9-shade absolute sword technique to defend against the 15 treasured swords charging at him. At this moment, Lin Tian's figure suddenly flashed in front of Li Yu. Taking advantage of the gap when Li Yu was defending against the 15 treasured swords, he ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. You, puff! Blood splattered, and an arm flew out diagonally. I'll take your left hand first. Chapter 273. Blood splattered in the air as an arm floated high in the air, causing everyone to be shocked. Li Yu of the 100 Refinements workshop actually had an arm chopped off. Li Yu screamed and staggered a few steps back. How dare you do this? Staring at Lin Tian, Li Yu's eyes were filled with gloom and resentment. His face was even more ferocious. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he slashed out with his sword. With a clang, a tyrannical sword wind swept out and blasted Li Yu flying over 10 meters away. Trash who only knows how to bark, he said coldly. Li Yu's expression instantly became even more sinister and twisted. I'll kill you. Holding the treasure sword in his right hand, Li Yu's body emitted an even stronger, true essence fluctuation as he activated the 9-yin extinction sword to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood on the spot and said coldly, slash! Clang! In the void, 15 treasured swords slashed down together, causing the air to vibrate with a sizzling sound. The 15 treasured swords formed the Big Dipper formation and the 8 directional demon subduing formation. The scene was extremely terrifying. With a bang, Liu was sent flying, and the long sword in his hand involuntarily fell out. It was also at this moment that a treasured sword pressed down from the void. Uft! Blood splattered, and a scream sounded at the same time. Li Yu's remaining arm was thrown high in the air and chopped off by the sword. Both arms were chopped off. That Lin Tian is simply a monster. The onlookers were all shocked. At this moment, even Jiyu and the other two at the back couldn't help but be moved. Lin Tian was really too powerful. In the field, Lin Tian pressed towards Liu with 15 treasured swords floating around him. Seeing Lin Tianyi walking towards him step by step, Liu's face twisted into a ball. He looked left and right at his severed arm, and finally fear appeared in his eyes as he retreated step by step. You bang! Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked Liu away. You said that you would chop our limbs into pieces, and I said the same thing. I'll return those words to you. Lin Tian said. Li Yu trembled as his pupils constricted. You. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere as Li Yu's left leg was chopped off. It was then crushed by Lin Tian's sword chi. Ah! Li Yu let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire body was drenched in blood. In the distance, all the spectators couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene, and they said in their hearts, Lin Tian is truly ruthless. Not only did he sever Li Yu's arm successively, he even shattered Li Yu's left leg now. His methods are truly slightly cruel. Staring at Li Yu, Lin Tian's eyes became extremely cold. You want to capture her to threaten me, right? Facing Lin Tian's gaze, the fear in Li Yu's eyes grew thicker and thicker. With a trembling voice, he said, No, no. Lin Tian raised his leg and fiercely kicked Li Yu in the chest, instantly causing Li Yu to let out a shrill cry. Weren't you very arrogant at the start? Weren't you very conceited? What's going on now? Why are you trembling in fear under my feet? Why don't you stand up and show me that sinister and ferocious expression of yours? Lin Tianlong said. Blood gushed out of Li Yu's mouth. He was shocked, furious, and terrified, and his face was pale and livid. Trash! Lin Tian raised his right leg and fiercely stomped down once more. With a crack, a few of Li Yu's ribs were directly broken by him, and even more blood gushed out of his mouth. In this world of cultivators where the strong were respected, Lin Tian pursued the limits of martial arts as his goal, and pursued the strongest as his end point. Walking on this path, he hated being bullied and oppressed, and he hated even more when the people most important to him were threatened. No matter if it was Zhu Wudao from back then or Li Yu at this moment, they both caused dense rage to arise from the depths of his heart. At this moment, he would use all the cruelest methods he could think of on Li Yu. Pooh! He raised the heart-spirit sword and flicked it slightly, slashing one of Li Yu's eyeballs into pieces. Ah! Li Yu struggled frantically. His face was covered in blood, and he looked like a ferocious ghost. Such a scene frightened the onlookers in the distance, and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on their backs. This person, so ruthless, many people's lips could not help but tremble. In the distance, Lu Jie and Su Qing also trembled. Obviously, they were also frightened by Lin Tian's ferocity. Ji, you looked ahead seriously. She knew that Lin Tian was angry because of her, just like back then in the Imperial City. Therefore, even though Lin Tian's methods were very cruel at this moment, she still watched calmly. Li Yu's wails reverberated in the surroundings, causing people's scalps to go numb. Both of his arms were chopped off, the left end was broken, and one of his eyes was also destroyed by Lin Tian. At this moment, Li Yu could not help but tremble, and his only eye was filled with fear. Lin Tian raised the heart-spirit sword and slashed down again. Clang! At this moment, a tyrannical sword light rushed over from afar. Lin Tian spread out the yin-yang puppet, and he moved 20 feet away to avoid the sword light that was attacking him. Not far away, a purple-clothed young man appeared. He held a purple treasure sword in his hand and stared indifferently at Lin Tian. "Guo Xiaoming," someone exclaimed. "Guo Xiaoming, the #1 genius of the 100 Refinements Workshop, the indisputable #1 of his generation." Seeing this person come here, many onlookers were shocked. In the distance, Jiyu and the other two's expressions changed slightly. Oh no, this Guo Xiaoming is not someone that Liu can compare to. The difference in combat strength is huge. Lu Jia whispered. In the battlefield, a cold wind blew, stirring up traces of sand and dust. Senior brother, save me," Liu said weakly. Guo Xiaoming glanced at Liu, and his eyes narrowed when he saw Liu's miserable state. Guo Xiaoming shifted his gaze to Lin Tian and said coldly, "You did this." Lin Tian was expressionless. He raised his right hand, and the heart spirit sword flashed coldly. With an ear-piercing sword hum, a 3-meter-long astral sword slashed at Guo Xiaoming. Heavens! This ruthless person attacked Guo Xiaoming directly. How arrogant! Many people's hearts trembled. The powerful sword light slashed at Guo Xiaoming, sending out flaming tornadoes. After that, with a thought from Lin Tian, 15 treasure swords appeared in the air and charged at Liu. "You want to kill a fellow disciple of the 100 Refinements Workshop in front of me," Guo Xiaoming said coldly. Lin Tian smiled. "In front of you? Who do you think you are?" The 15 treasure swords trembled, forming the 8-7 sword formation, and its might increased greatly. Guo Xiaoming's eyes turned cold. He swung his purple sword, sending out a shocking astral sword that knocked the 15 treasure swords away. Staring at Lin Tian, Guo Xiaoming said coldly, "Bai Yunfei and Yuanzhu worked together to chase after you, but you're here now, injuring Liu to this extent. What happened to those two?" "Are you an idiot? Since I'm standing here, what do you think happened to those two?" Lin Tianlong said. Guo Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. "You killed them? You dared to kill people of the 100 Refinements Workshop? 100 Refinements Workshop?" Lin Tian said disdainfully, "Apart from producing trash, scum, trash, and idiots, what else can your 100 Refinements Workshop do? The elders of your 100 Refinements Workshop told you to capture and suppress me as your first objective after entering the Demon Burial Valley. However, who would have thought that after entering the Demon Burial Valley, you, the idiot Guo Xiaoming, would only mind your own business? As for the trash Liu, he thought that he could easily suppress me and came to capture my important people to threaten me for fun. After that, he is now lying on the ground like a dead dog. As for Yuanzhu and Bai Yunfei, although they were weak, they were much better than you and Liu. At least they didn't forget the orders given by the elders of the sect. However, they were too arrogant, so they died as well." Lin Tian stared at Guo Xiaoming with a face full of mockery. "Originally, after all of you entered the Demon Burial Valley, all of you could have possibly trapped me. Unfortunately, because of an idiot like you and a trash like Liu, all of our efforts were for naught. Think about it, if your 100 Refinement Workshop's elders, Workshop Master and Grand Elder knew about this, they would probably cry." As soon as Lin Tian spoke, the surroundings were in an uproar. The 100 Refinements Workshop actually told everyone to capture Lin Tian as their first goal? What's going on? Bai Yunfei and Yuanzhu, those two were actually killed by him. He just entered the Demon Burial Valley. Everyone's hearts palpitated. In the distance, Jiyu frowned. The 100 Refinements Workshop had actually joined forces to deal with Lin Tian. Some anger appeared in her eyes. Guo Xiaoming's face turned livid as he gripped the purple sword in his hand tightly. Lin Tian's words made him feel very uncomfortable. Clang! With a swing of the sword, Lin Tian held the heart-spirit sword and charged towards Liu. Guo Xiaoming's eyes turned cold. "How dare you!" With a swing of the purple sword, Guo Xiaoming's body erupted with an incomparably shocking aura, causing many people to tremble. This aura was too strong. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a move of his consciousness, 15 treasure swords emitted a blazing purple light and formed an 8-7 sword formation that charged towards Guo Xiaoming. This time, the 15 treasure swords were even stronger than before and temporarily stalled Guo Xiaoming. At this moment, Lin Tian had already arrived in front of Liu and slashed down with his sword. With a poof, Liu's right leg was directly shattered. Ah! Liu let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered, causing many people to feel a chill in their chests. Guo Xiaoming was furious. With a swing of his sword, he knocked away the 15 treasure swords and charged towards Lin Tiansha. I want to kill him. Do you think you can stop me? Lin Tianling said. Before Guo Xiaoming could get close, he swung the Heart Spirit sword and directly cut off Liu's head. The head flew out diagonally, and blood splattered on the ground. He's dead. He actually killed that Liu. According to what he said just now, he killed 3 of the 4 core disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop in such a short period of time. Many people's hearts trembled. At this moment, the crowd stared at Lin Tian and felt that this man was simply the god of death. Lin Tian, Guo Xiaoming shouted coldly. His shocking coldness and murderous intent caused many people to tremble in fear. It's your turn. The 4 of you will all die in the Demon Burial Valley. Lin Tianling replied coldly. With a boom, blazing true essence flames appeared and surrounded his entire body, making him look like a god of fire. He raised the Heart Spirit sword in his hand and slashed towards Guo Xiaoming without hesitation. In an instant, the sky was filled with flaming sword radiance.